Not sure why my camera ain't working. Camera isn't working. All right, I'm back. What's going on? Selena, welcome. All right, so another thing I'm gonna talk about today is give me one moment. Why Pisces go from obsessed to uninterested, overnight. And this is the truth that nobody talks about. Be sure to smash the like button, subscribe if you haven't. What's going on, Mustafa? Um, so this is a thing. So most people think that what song is that? Another thing is so most time people think that Pisces is obsessed when they're not. Um so this is a situation where a Pisces can be obsessed and then all of a sudden they can become completely uninterested the next. So most of the time a Pisces don't usually leave without a reason, but like I say, if things aren't reciprocated or their intuition just keeps warning them, then they will end up, they end up uninterested because they get that feeling that, the trust is broken. Maybe it's a situation where after thinking about it, it's not a good idea, or you may just not even want to be around the person altogether. This could be different reasons to this because sometimes illusions can be fun to look at until you realize that there's no potential in me even joining this or trying this or becoming friends with this person. It could just be the idea that you entertain, but then just immediately halfway through you realize that after all, this wasn't a good fit. This wasn't a good person. This wasn't, you know, this situation doesn't even require a chance. So like give you guys an example. You said it came across maybe a week or so ago. For what I can tell, you be on point. Appreciate that. Um, well, cause the thing about it is like I say, which I was explaining before, is that all the zodiac signs tend to come with an illusion and a facade, and most people have good intentions, but only when they want to, only when they want to show you, if that makes sense. So it's like nobody's just gonna do something just because. So when it comes to you becoming obsessed and then all of a sudden changing your mind halfway through, becoming uninterested all together, it's just like meeting somebody. So like for instance, I met two Geminis in 1 week, and I realized that after after thinking about it, looking at the illusion of what just happened, I'm like, I'm good. I'm not even interested anymore because, and I mean, I'm not interested in following through or just being, cool with these people because they did something to rub me the wrong way, if that makes sense. You can't always explain that because usually that's because the illusion broke. It's like sometimes let's say you used to work with somebody and you bump into them inside of a restaurant or something, and you're like, yo, what's your number? What's your number? Hey, let's keep in touch, or and then it's like once you do the number the number exchange halfway through, you regret or you just don't want to do it or you change your mind. Like, why'd I even do that? It's like, good and hell well, you're not gonna hit this person up because like y'all ain't got nothing in common, or it's just weird to the point where you say to yourself, well, hey, I wish it could have worked, but hey, you ain't what I thought you ain't thought I you ain't who I thought you were, because sometimes that it happens that way, where you meet somebody and it's like your idea of who they are is not them, and it's like you see that mismatch and you like, oh shit, this person ain't nothing like I thought they were. And then it's like you just become uninterested, to where you're just like, damn, you know, I wish it could have worked. But that's just how quick as Pisces can adapt, and then and just undo the whole decision all together. It's like, and usually it's because the intuition lets you know that there's an illusion to begin with. And it's like, oh shit, it's so easy for you to fall in love with the first impression, but that first impression is connected to an illusion. See, it's like the person is showing you a part of them, what they want you to see first, before you actually get to know the real them. And then it's like when you shake their hand and meet a friend, it's like, oh, you notice why people are always so friendly at first, until you get, until you until you become knee deep, or just as things progress, you realizes they wasn't as nice as they came off, or they wasn't as friendly, or it's just those things. But if you moving too fast and you just trip yourself up because your intuition tells you something's off, you got to go with that, because you will feel that internal conflict, and they'll be like, damn, and that's exactly what happened to me. I'm just sharing my experience. Like, I was in the McDonald's doing my little Uber Eat thingy, and ran into an old friend that I used to work with, and mentioning, the past, bringing up the past of what we used to like do at the job. And I'm like, okay, that was years ago. That was maybe 2016. And then I'm like, oh yeah, 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 trying to catch up where we left off, like that. So that was the last time I spoke to him. That was like the last time I worked with him. So I did mention to him about his car situation. And I don't think he liked the fact that I knew that about him, and him driving his car and crashing it, because that I didn't know at first, but he added that onto what I already discussed with him. And he said, oh, you remember that? I said, oh yeah, I remember that. That's what you posted on Facebook. And he was like, yeah. He was like, I went and bought a Bonneville, and he said he bought the car with no brakes. I'm like, wait a minute. Did I miss something? I said, you bought a car off of a lot with no brakes? He was like, yeah. I said, okay, well, who am I to judge? Everything's weird everything's weird. This is like something going on. I don't know what they're putting in the food, but this is weird shit, right? So he said he bought the car, and he's a Gemini. He bought the car with no brakes, and he said he had to, drop his kids off, do some, so mind you, this is extremely dangerous. And he said he was on the highway, he was fine. This is why I tell people, don't smoke weed, bro. Like, I'm not judging him or anyone else that does so, but bro, sometimes when you hear somebody explain a story and they're high, bro, it's like you see so many red flags within what they're saying to you. It's like you're kind of like, dude, that wasn't really smart. Like, but anyway, when he told me he was driving on the highway, and he realized the brakes weren't working. So he kept, pumping the brakes with no brakes, and he crashed into a wall. So I'm like, in my mind, like, bro, you bought a car with no brakes. Why didn't you just wait? Because they told him, hey, we got to put the brakes on. Well, I ain't gonna say I would assume, but maybe he got a cheaper deal on it because it had no brakes. I don't know, but they told him, hey, let us work on it. Wait till Monday, and we'll have it ready for you. But he was so anxious, and he needed the car ASAP. So He took the car without the brakes, but they did tell him that the car wasn't ready yet to be, driven, whoop de woo, crashed into the wall. And then he said he was out of, a couple thousand for the car. And I'm like, bro, and this is why I be telling people, like, I don't, I never really feel like it's my place to really put somebody down for them doing something that I wouldn't do. It's just like some people, like, because I wouldn't want somebody cutting me down if I tell them an unfortunate story and it's like they tell me, oh man, you was a dumbass for even buying that car with no brakes. But I'm like, bro, I feel like that ain't my place. Like, maybe his mother can tell him that, maybe his brother or sister can tell him that. Me, yeah, I always like to stay in my lane. Maybe this is a Pisces thing where I like to stay in my lane. So it's like if was if somebody trusts you enough to tell you the story and how it went down, I just feel like you should just listen. Don't even add nothing to it. Don't even say, "Oh man, that was stupid." Don't do, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't know if he really needed that car and his kids had to be picked up and he ain't had no way, no the money. You don't know. So it's like that's why I just tell people just listen. And yeah, you might be like, man, I wouldn't have bought the car with no brakes, but you don't know what you would have done in the situation that he was in. So it's like, uh, but yeah, welcome everybody. Helena said it was dumb. Yeah, because you gotta understand. I mean, I know the situation wasn't a good idea, but like I say, I see all perspectives because if I had children and they had to be picked up from school and I ain't have no way, I didn't have no money, and here I am buying a car and oh, they tell me the brakes aren't, there's no brakes, and I'm getting a car for super cheap. It's like, bro, I can see the decision that, hey man, screw it, but it's super risky because I had the same experience before driving a car before I even knew what. I didn't know anything about cars back when I was younger. I was probably just it's not an excuse, but I just didn't have any knowledge. Nobody ever told me, hey man, you gotta, this has to be this is the example of a good running car. I wouldn't have known. At that time I didn't know shit about cars. So I bought this one car for like 1,800 bucks, and that's why I can relate to his story, even though I don't agree with it. Meaning I wouldn't have made the decision. But yeah, the brakes, the brakes was they one day weren't working. It had a broken brake line, and I pumped the brakes, but I didn't crash into a wall, but I crashed into the curb. So it was just like, it is what it is. Um, you said it's given who? Why you say that? Uh, let me see. Let me check something. Yeah, dangerous for him, definitely. Yeah, that's what I say. But like, I know he's one of them, like, weed heads. So it's like maybe he just didn't care. But it's like, and I think it was bad. It was bad when he crashed into that wall. It wasn't really nothing that, it wasn't really nothing else. But this was the whole point of why I even shared that was that I was just like, oh, he was cool. But then, like, as I started to think about it, like, in my mind, I'm like, damn, I probably shouldn't even have even did the whole number thing because are you really gonna hit this person up? And it's like probably not. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's to a point where you start realizing, damn, you that's why you can't be moving fast on shit when you in the moment because you don't really know if that's something you really want to do yet. And he said freedom of speech. Helena said freedom of speech. Gonna say if I could have asked the dealer if you could loan. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, there's always a smarter ways to like do something different. It's just that with him, it would never no type of like we never had those type of conversations with like, hey, he didn't never come off to be like the smartest person in the room. We never had them type of like interactions. So it's like I'm not saying that it's an excuse. I'm just saying like I don't really know too much about his IQ, which is like just based off what he told me. I just look at it like some things is I don't like to show for me personally. I don't I don't like to laugh at people for doing dumb shit. It's just like, I try to understand their views, but it's like in my mind, I've learned that that's how people get killed, bro. Like certain things, like when you show your emotion or you overshare your emotion, you open up and you just let somebody know, like some type of emotion, like, oh man, damn, that was stupid. Damn, dude, you should have got this and suggestive. To me, it's like I'm gonna be honest, I ain't really care because, bro, that's just his little situation, It's just like I ain't got nothing to say about it. But I just learned to like when people tell me stuff, just listen, bro. And literally that's it. Like don't give unless they ask you, hey man, was that a dumb idea? Should I have just waited? That's different. Then I'd be like, oh yeah, man, you should have waited. But if you don't ask for my counsel or my wisdom, I'm not gonna give it to you because it ain't my place unless you ask me, hey, what you think? But it's like, because sometimes people will tell you they'll tell you some dumb shit just to entertain you and just to you know fill the void from an awkward conversation. But I was the one that brought it up and said, "Yeah, I saw on Facebook that you had, your car situation." And it was just to start a conversation. I wasn't even trying to be nosy and find that, I wasn't trying to get in his business. I was just like, oh, I heard, that was the last time I spoke to him. But him and the other one, and so he's a Gemini, and then the other Gemini, it was the same thing. Like I met the girl and she was all talkative and just bubbly at first. And then this was the text message that I got from her that after when I read this text message, I left her on red after this because um, first off, she kept sending me pictures. This is something that I don't like when you first meet somebody like on a dating site or just, even if you meet them in person, doesn't matter. If they start to just bombard you with pictures of them and you're not asking them to send you pictures, that's annoying. That's annoying to me because what if I was just trying to be cool with you? I ain't even say I was interested. Or I ain't even say I was trying to get with her or nothing like that. And she just sending me pictures and pictures. So I believe that she was in her feelings about that because I didn't hit no like button. I didn't say anything about her pictures. Now, moving on, I was asleep because I work third shift. So normally during the day I'm asleep. And then she said, I said, I just woke up. And then, because this is her right here. And then, but then I started to bother. She said, okay, have a good one. I'm getting ready to do DoorDash. I'm saying, but I just told her I just woke up. See, now we was talking. This is how we were talking through. Not it was like text messages and just voice messages the whole time. See, text messages and voice messages. So it's like I kind of got this vibe from her that was too much for her for that first day of knowing her, even though that's how we met, holding a conversation. And y'all know me, Mr. Yapper, King Yapper. Well, we wasn't even talking over the phone. We just doing this back and forth shit. But I think that she must have got frustrated because she was trying to do DoorDash when we were texting back and forth. So when she said this last message after I said I just woke up, and it would mind you it was 9:24 p.m. And then she said, okay, have a good one. I'm getting ready to do DoorDash. And you see what I did? I didn't respond. Didn't respond, and I'm not going to. Why? In the chat, why do y'all think I didn't respond? Just to see if y'all see what y'all don't have to agree with me. I'm not gonna be upset or anything. I just want to get you guys to see something here because me, I don't like that fake, like try to spin you off type shit to where it's like if you're the one that started the conversation. Like you're the one that I didn't put a gun up to your head and say, yo, send me all the text messages you could possibly give. Like, no, I didn't do that. Let me see. Silk said, I'm glad you're thinking. Yeah. I mean, Kay said, I don't know. This is about some happening now with the numbers. I mean, I'm saying all of this to say, like, have you guys ever been in a situation where you wanted to get to know someone and then boom, it's like not even a day later, you just realize I'm uninterested. This is like, why did I do what I did, or why did I even get to know this person? And then this just happened and I'm already over it already. See? Now let me see. Lena said, could I have not been here to even have told you the story about. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just yeah, definitely it's just crazy. No, I don't do the don't I don't do that, Mr. Logan. Let me see. Yeah, definitely. No, I mean, yeah, because she said by her saying, let me read it again. By her saying, okay, have a good one. I'm getting ready to do door dashes. So with me, it's just that when she said, okay, have a good one after I just text her back from sending me this picture of her holding up the deuces, me saying I just woke up after she sends the picture, and then she literally says, okay, have a good one. It's like, why would you say have a good one after I just told you I just woke up from the previous picture that you just sent me? Oh, I get it, because I didn't comment on that picture as you sent me one, two, three photos before that, and I didn't say anything because I was asleep. So I feel like she got offended because I didn't, validate those pictures. And then by me saying, oh, I just woke up, she's like, oh, well, have a good one. I'm getting ready to do DoorDash. So I'm like, okay, well, in my mind, I'm basically talking to myself, but really reflecting and saying, well, you have a good one too, bitch. You getting mad because I didn't ask you for these fucking photos. If you were fine or pretty in my eyes, I would have simply clicked the like button, right? Maybe, maybe not. But her photo, she kind of looks like a clown to me. That's why I said I don't know why I exchanged numbers with her, and I'll show you guys the photo. And this is what I'm saying. Like, she kind of looks like a clown. If you go look up close, and I probably, I had a dream about some clowns, but then that's irrelevant to to the topic. But yeah, I don't like the photos. I'm just keeping it real. I don't like the photos. The one that she had on her contact looked better than these. Too much makeup. Yeah, it looked like too much powder. But this is why I say when I don't like something, I skip over it. It's like if somebody sends me something I didn't ask for, I skip over it. So I move on to the, whatever it is. Why I'm not yo, yo, hey, I could never give up. Said too much nose, bro. Yes, bro. That's why I said she looks like a clown. So I'm your typical Pisces, okay? What I mean by that is I could easily say, oh my God, you look like a clown, right? they throw a little Sagittarian because I have a Sagittarius stellium. So I'm like, I could have joked it off and said, I'd rather just skip it, bro, because I'm known to say the wrong shit at the wrong time. And then, oh, I become the problem. And it's like, bro, I see her to and fro IRL, meaning I'm probably gonna bump into her probably a few times because we both do this delivery thing. She does DoorDash, I do Uber Eats. So I'm like, bro, I gotta go easy on whatever I say because, and plus Geminis have that evil twin shit to where, you know, they can slash your tires, do all kind of weird shit. And it's just like, I ain't got time for that. So I kept my comments to myself, just being smart about it. Cause I'm like, bro, I'm just don't like the photos. But I believe she knows I don't like the photos because I didn't say anything about them. I didn't even mention anything about it. So at this point, I'm done talking to her because in my mind, oh, just have a good one. It's almost like a dismissive text message, like, oh, well, okay, well, have a good one. I'm going to do DoorDash. I'm like, well, okay. And I'm going to do me for good. And this cycle is over with. So I'm leaving you on red. See, because I'm not the type of person that's going to be getting all emotional and, oh, you, what do you mean? And I'm not doing none of that shit, bro. So it's like, to me, I realized that, and I've learned these skills from, reading just in college. My reading teacher was, always telling me like, hey, when you look, when you're reading words in a book, somebody texting you, always look at their tone. Like always look at the tone behind the words. And every time you read something, you're supposed to absorb everything of which is said, fam. Because there's meaning behind words. It's like I used to read stuff before I had that class. I used to read stuff and never used to understand what I was reading fully. It's like I'll read something and then I say, okay, this person said they'll hit me up, or take care, or hey man, see you later, say something and where it's dismissive. And then you read into it wrong and you're like, oh, that's what they meant by that. Oh, and that's what, what I'm saying, when my reading teacher basically put me up on game, like when you read, always read the emotion behind the words of of how it's said. So you don't misunderstand what they're saying to you. If that makes sense. But yeah, of course, Green, come on, man. Is that not to the point of being disrespectful? I mean, I'm not really too critical of others. I can be if you piss me off, but it's like even if I get pissed off, it's pretty much it's up in the air because, like I say, it's more of a mood thing for me. If I'm in the mood to be like an ass, then I would be an ass. But it's like if I'm not really in the mood, I won't be. But it's like to me, it ain't even worth it, bro. Because to me, it's all about what you can't see. And when somebody does something and you know why they're doing it, it's almost like don't don't try to force it. See, don't try to force something because you run into a boundary. You already can feel there's a boundary right there. You're like, okay, I could have just forced it and just said all kinds of shit, and then I'll be overstepping and crossing the line at that point. So with me, somebody say something and I don't like it, I can make a decision too to end the cycle, see, and move on. Because to me, I don't like passive aggressive shit. I don't like dismissive, sneaky vibes, like where a person can't just tell me straight up something. It's like if you beat around the bush, cycle over with. I'm not even going to talk to you. I don't want to. I don't want to talk to a person that's afraid to tell me something straight up because it's like then you start doing the whole little tricky, the little tricks with the words like, oh, yeah, well, and then it's like you're being sarcastic. That's worse to me than to just be like, yo, I ain't really trying to do a whole lot of texting today because I got to do my DoorDash. Like it's obvious why you said that, but then it's like confusion, and it causes misunderstandings when you're not clear or direct, like an Aries would have just told me straight up, like, I ain't doing all that texting with you today, fam. I gotta go to work today, bro. And they're like, okay, cool. And shit, you were texting too. Shit. I wouldn't trip though. I'd be like, oh, well, thanks for being honest. But it's like, if you try to sugarcoat it and try to make it sound like, oh, like you still friendly, but then you're trying to throw little, jabs, or just trying to be dismissive. It's like, I'm like, where all that come from? Because I could be, what's the craziest thing what people forget about Pisces is like, we really don't be all in even when we meet people. We always be like, always leaving a door open. It's like you meet somebody, Pisces is always leaving the door open. And then people are like, hey man, close the door behind you. I don't want nobody to just walk up in here. And Pisces is like, no, leave it open. Ain't nobody coming in here because that's for me. That's for me because, yeah, if I come in here and I don't like something, I'm leaving. End of story. So I have to make a way for escape. And hey, just to make things easier for the both of us, I need that back door open, bro. Hey, it is what it is, bro. Because, bro, it's like we tend to treat people like a rummage sale. We go and look at what you got, and if ain't nothing worth staying, we're gone, bro. Ain't nothing worth staying, we're gone. It's something we gotta benefit from, bro. It has to be something that we get from you that we don't, or it's very difficult to get elsewhere. For us to really just like be locked in with you and close that door, fam. Because it's like we ain't closing that door until we find something of value or a better situation. It's like, well, hey, what's so good about you and why I should stay with you? See, because Pisces knows what they have to offer, and it's like it ain't no way you finna get all of this for nothing. So we got to do this merging 50-50. I need to get something, and I know I can deliver. Yeah, I can give you more than just some BBC. So it's like, you know, hey, it is what it is. You say, yo, I know what I could give you more than a couple sausage links, but you know, I'm not gonna sit there and just do all of that and get nothing out of it. So it is what it is. Now, the intuition is just that it really tells you to really leave a situation. The intuition is tied to the truth, meaning the reality of the situation. Remember, once you allow someone to do something that you don't like, and you tolerate it, you're in trouble. So it's like, let's say someone does something like step on your big toe. Someone does something and you absolutely hate it. You just can't stand it. You don't like it whatsoever. That's a boundary. And once somebody cross that line, because think about it, what you just said to yourself, I don't like it, I hate it, whoop-de-woo, you really don't like it. You're supposed to leave them. You're supposed to close the door in the cycle immediately because, bro, if you tolerate it, now that means the boundary was weak. See? And then guess what? You're going to end up giving that same person another chance. You do it more than once, you're cooked. See? Because now that person has already rubbed you the wrong way. That person already drew the illusion. And then you were like, okay, well, maybe you made a mistake. You can't make that decision for someone else and say, oh yeah, just because you see the potential and you want to hold on to the person. Meaning if you see that, you see them do something that you absolutely can't stand, you got to leave them alone, bro. You got to have, I know it sounds like cutthroat, but you gotta leave them alone, bro, because I'm telling you, they're gonna do it again, bro. And yeah, they might be sorry and you know, apologizing and my bad, this and whoop. And then next you know, about a month later, do the same shit as if you said nothing, bro. People do the pattern because you allow it. Once you fall for it one time and you excuse them, give them another chance, they're like, "Oh, thank you for another go. You know, thank you for another chance at swinging this off again." It's like, dude, that's why me, I got to a point. I'm quick to let people go, bro. Off one, like back now, I haven't always been like this. So I had to learn this, bro, because I kept seeing the cycle repeat itself, and I got sick of it, bro. Like, why? And it was like, okay, it's because of me. I'm giving people too many chances. I'm basically giving someone another swing with the bat, bro. See, instead of walking away. And that's when I realized, okay, the shenanigans stop when you literally put your foot down, set the boundary, and say, no, man, I don't do the whole passive aggressive bull crap. I don't do the mind games. I don't do the manipulation. You catch someone trying to manipulate you one time and you catch a whiff of it. And you like, oh, you just try to manipulate. Okay, I'm done. See? Because now you know what you're dealing with. And once you can see it, that's the reality of the situation and the friendship. So why would you want to stay with someone that does something to you that you don't like? Because it's like, if you know something, what if the shoe's on the other foot? What if you do something that somebody doesn't like and you know they don't like it? Oh, but you've done it one time before. You still want to do it again, but you just want to wait to the opportune time. So that's why I'm like, nah, bro. People are aware of what they're doing because you know, okay, I done this already. So if you even feel like doing it again and you know they don't like it, why would you do that? It's just like you just know you're not sorry. This is what it is. You're not. That's why I don't believe in a person. If a person cheats on you and you're looking for an apology, you're already cooked, bro. Or a person cheats on you is because they wanted to. They enjoyed it. That's why they did it. So it's like, why would you even try to hold them accountable? You can't. You got to just leave. You got to just leave them alone for good. You got to end the cycle, bro. Put the nail in the coffin because, bro, you wasting your time by trying to get an apology and trying to make them feel bad for what they've done. They're not going to. It was a guy at that same McDonald's where I had a delivery to take. Met the dude in lobby, the little lobby area, and he was like, "Yo, my brother girlfriend uh just got caught cheating." And they had been cheating on each other for, this back and forth thing going back and forth, over a year. I said, damn, over a year? Why he just didn't leave her alone? In my mind, I'm like, bro, he allowed the pattern to continue because they just kept doing it to each other. Now, here's the thing. He said, he said that he grabbed her phone. They had just taken a nap together. He grabbed her phone and then he was scrolling through it and he found some messages from another dude. And when he brought it up to her attention, he said, yo, who's this? And he asked her clearly, like, are you cheating on me? And then she was just like, just standing there. And then she just, had some tears coming down her eyes, but she wasn't speaking. So the dude was getting all mad and crashing out because he's like, oh, she didn't even give a fuck. She didn't even like get all, didn't really say sorry, nothing. I said, y'all were waiting on her to say sorry. I said, bro, you're not going about this in the right way, bro. I said, you, I said, bro, see, that's why it couldn't have been me, bro. Because I'm in my mind, I'm like, bro, y'all handled that situation sloppy and just You're waiting for her to apologize for something that she wanted to do, bro. Come on, man. And then you saying, "Oh, she acting like she didn't care." I'm like, bro, that's the reason why we have these issues with people, because it's like, bro, she should be saying that, not you. Like, she should be saying that. She should be expecting those emotions from you, not the other way around. And both of y'all been cheating on each other. Now, when she does it to you, you can't handle it. See, so now that's why I said you can't be. It, once the first time it would have happened, it should have been done and over with, bro. It's just, yeah, definitely, definitely. Ty Eagles. Let me see. Yeah, you can't please everybody because, like you said, you gotta please yourself. Forget the people. Yep, and you gotta set those boundaries, bro. And that's just like, I think one of the most common things people underestimate are boundaries, bro. Like, most of the things that happen to you, when people pick on you, when people do shit to you, and it's like, bro, why are they doing this? It's because you are not setting boundaries, bro. Like, when people can make you do stuff that you don't want to do. Oh, can you come in on Monday? We need somebody. We're shorthanded. Oh, could you come in on Monday and do and you could do any shift you want, but could you come in, right? And you know good and hell well you was not planning on coming in, bro. So say no. No, thank you. I've made plans. I got stuff. You don't have to explain. Just say no. No, thank you. And that's good enough because, bro, when you start explaining, now it makes you look weak. It makes you look like, oh, I just can't say no because that's why I say it's like you're saying something else when you think you're doing the right thing, you're doing the wrong thing. You explaining why. Now you're putting this person on a pedestal. See, when really all you had to say was no, thank you. But make the decision for yourself, not for them, because, bro, that people pleasing bull crap, bro, people start to look at you like this, bro. They start looking at you with somebody with no armor, with no say so, with no strength, no confidence. Then they start trying to tell you what to do. Once they realize that they are up against a person with no boundaries, it's like, oh well, if you don't say no, let's say you say yes and you didn't want to do it. Do you think that they knew? You think that they knew so? Of course, they knew you didn't want to do it, but they know also that you have no boundaries. So they know they can do that to you. That's why I'm trying to tell you, this is not like a pattern recognition situation. This is a one time. They got away with it one time. That's all it took for them to keep on doing the same thing. Because that's what happens when you don't set the boundary. The pattern starts. See, the pattern, once once you let a person do something, once you let them get away the first time, now they realize, oh, there was no boundary there to begin with. See, you give them another chance because they realize there's no boundary right there. And then you keep giving them chances after chances, thinking that they'll change. Now you're deceiving yourself instead. See, you're deceiving yourself from their truth. They've already showed you who they are. You were supposed to believe them, bro. That's why I keep telling people, like, all I gotta do is see you do it one time. All I gotta do is see you do one time, and then that's it. That's all I need to see. This is not like a continuous, you gotta see it 20 times before you believe a situation. No. They do it one time, whether they disrespect you, try to get you to do something, and it's like, when you are looking in the situation, you have to say, well, hey, how does this benefit me? Oh, yeah, you're asking me to come in on Monday, but that's what you want me to do. But what am I getting out of that? Nah, see, it's going to be on my terms, or the answer is no. So it's like, I got to get something out of this because I'm doing you a favor. I'm not helping myself out because, hey, I want it to be off. See? So it's like, you got to look at, okay, if I'm giving up my off day, am I going to get double time, double pay? You know, what incentive am I going to get from doing this extra shit? Because y'all not finna use me. See? And when they feel that pushback because, oh, you basically surprise them with that boundary that, hey, I ain't no pushover. See, y'all can't just get me to do something just because you had the balls to just approach me with the request. Even if you had the balls to give me, to request this, I still am entitled to make a decision. Man, I don't have to do it. See, and that's what people forget, that they have boundaries, bro. And you need to use them. That's what they're there for. Because if you just a yes man and you just say yes to everything a person asks you, and you think that, oh, I don't want them to look at me as being an ass, and oh, I didn't come in Friday. You don't want no conflict or no tension. Who said it was gonna be tension for you being honest with yourself and setting boundaries? See, now you have to shatter your own illusion because, oh, you don't, hey, they cannot respect the word no, bro. You shouldn't be there working anyway. See, and that's why I tell people, like, bro, say no when you don't want to do something, bro. And if you don't, yeah, we all weren't good at this to this point before, but practice. Practice saying no, bro. Just because some people need to hear no, bro. You don't have to say it all the time. I'm saying if you really don't want to do something, you don't have to, bro. What are they gonna do? Kick your ass because you said no? Oh, you want to come in? Yeah, you need somebody to come in on Friday. Well, it ain't gonna be me. I'm off, man. I'm not. Yeah, and don't explain because going into an explanation only just makes is putting. That's just like putting wood on the fire, bro. You are already telling them no. That's enough because that's the boundary. But when you start going off into, I can't come in and I had plans and my daughter, and we'll start going off into like storytelling with the whole um explaining. Now the person sees that the boundary isn't strong. See, now they see that the boundary has a little play to it. They're like, oh, because you got to pick your daughter up. Well, what time is that? Oh yeah, then I gotta get my daughter at 3, and then and then the person starts to suggest, and then they start to, oh, so yeah, well, that's even better. You can just come in from 5 to 11, then. Yeah, so you can go with spend the birthday thing with your daughter, and then you got this and that shit. Just come in at 5. You can just work 5 to 10. Now, because you didn't give them a solid no, they see that the boundary is weak. It has play to it. They can get you to do it even though you said no. And this becomes a power move, and you don't even see it as a power move. You just simply think your boss is just, simply asking you to come in to do something. But this is a control thing. Once he sees that, I got you to do something against your will, he loses respect for you. He or she loses respect for you. And they're gonna keep asking you when they're shorthanded because they know you won't say no. That's why I'm trying to tell you, like, and then people start doing fuck shit to you where they start playing with your hours, taking you off the schedule, putting you back on because they don't have no respect for you. So once people lose respect for you, that's when they start pulling you know, they start doing the bogus stuff, the BS, and that's why they start playing with you in such a way where, they're doing this to me, but not these other people. What's the difference? Let's just like, let's say you look at a coworker, and let's say, they give lip. They give lip. They got a little ghetto to them. They're a little edgy. And yeah, when somebody asks them, they're like, "Nope, I ain't coming in. Nope, I ain't giving my off day up." And it's like you might look at this person like, "Damn, they real aggressive." I see why they don't be pushy with such and such, because he just tell them flat out, "No, you got to do the same thing though." See, because her giving that no in such a way, it's the boundary, bro. It's like, no, I'm not doing it. No, I'm not. Nope. I had a situation when people was telling me I should carpool. No. They see the little Uber and Lyft signs in my car window. That doesn't mean that I'm just out here just bored as hell, ain't got a life and just finna be dropping people off. No. Still gotta set the boundary because people see signs and they look and they see an opportunity. That's why I'm like, no, you have to stop them from thinking that way, because they're looking at the illusion, but they're trying to project the illusion onto you that comes in a form that comes in the form of an illusion. But you got to be careful, because it's control behind the illusion. See, and they see this, they pry on you and they say, "Oh, he got a car. Oh, he's a Lyft driver. Or he can, so he can take me home and I don't have to pay as much to the cab service. I could just have this person just." So they draw the illusion, then they put the control behind it. And then this is when they start trying to get you to take them and seeing if you'll do it one time. And then all of a sudden the next day they're trying to ride with you. "Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You think you can get me on Monday and Tuesday too?" Nope. Don't even do it the first time, bro. Don't even open that can of worms if especially when you don't want to do it. Man, I'm telling you, bro, like people know they got you too when you stall to say no and you're in that little limbo phase. It's like, "Oh, mm, well, man, just say no. Don't do that." Well, because now when you do that, you're playing with fire, man. Don't do it, bro. I'm telling you, bro, there's people, if you, it's almost like doing somebody a favor will feel like somebody pulling your arm, because it's like you probably thought you were just doing something small and it turned into a whole huge like excursion of of just situations. Now you're running the person to the grocery store. Now they want to get their hair done. Now they're asking you to pick their kids up from school. And I had a relationship just like this with a Scorpio, and I didn't realize what I signed up for, man. By not setting boundaries. Oh, this Scorpio woman, hey, I thought she was into me. She was into me because I didn't have boundaries. So when I got with her, this became a pick me up, drop me off, pick my kids up, run us here, run us there, and she didn't have a car. So when we got together, I realized that, oh, I done messed up. Because now, oh, I got to be at work at 7. You gonna be here? And I'm like, nah, bro, I don't even feel like taking you. I was getting turned off with the idea like this is an everyday thing. I'm good, bro. And then that's how we broke up. See, because when people see no boundaries, they see opportunity. See, and then they take advantage because there's no boundaries. So that's why I say, and the only way for reality to sit in, you have to set the boundary first, because the boundary dissolves the illusion. See, so you have to set the boundary first. You have to say no, and saying no is the boundary, and that shatters the illusion. See, and it helps you get closer to the truth afterwards, whether that be what that person really wants, the real them. And you start to see, okay, damn, now I get to see clearly. So you get clarity behind this mental clarity that, oh, so you just looking for somebody to just take your ass to work. That's what this is about. But why didn't you just come and say this? Why did I have to go through all these freaking pattern, all these different cycles just to realize the truth? That's why I said people will only show you what they want you to see. Deception, bro. Why do people do this when you first meet them? Because deception can only deceive you with your eyes, bro. That's why you have to think first. See, you have to think differently, because once you start thinking differently, your eyes adjust. Because now, oh, what I'm seeing is not what it is, bro. That's why you have to ask questions, bro. You got to ask questions to maneuver around the illusion and the facade in order to not even be deceived. Because being deceived means you're just going along with it because, oh, it looks good, or oh, this person just looks innocent, or hey, and you're only going by your eyes. But you remember I said you got to use both your ears. That's why you have two ears in the first place. You have to look at a situation and hear it from ear to ear and slow down and not make fast decisions, because you have to prepare for those decisions, and you have to give yourself time to decide, bro. You don't owe somebody a quick answer like this. Oh, where I have to say yes ASAP. Like, no, you gotta slow them down and say, hold on, man. I got a lot going on. I'm not ready to answer right now. So if you need a ride tomorrow, I would suggest to you to go find somebody else instead of waiting on me. Because if you waiting on me, guess what? You might be waiting hey, all the way to summertime, because I'm not prioritizing this situation. See? And if I do it, I'm playing on my terms about the pay and everything. So I suggest you just go ask someone else. See, once I'll tell you, one time this guy, they were asking me for a ride home, and I told him, I said it's gonna be $50, bro. And he was like, $50? What the hell? Just to take me home? I said, how much do you pay Uber to get home? He's like, well, I'll pay about, $30. But dude, you said $50, bro? I said, yeah, $50. You could, if you don't want to pay the $50, I said you could go find somebody else to take you home, man. The reason why is because to me, that's worth it for me. Some may say, oh, man, you taking, hey, man, that's a lot, bro. I learned this from the Leo, bro. Man, I knew a Leo, bro. Man, at the time, I'm talking about during COVID time, bro. This man was charging like $50 for a haircut, bro. Before prices went up, he was charging 50 a cut. And I'm like, yo, I said, no, that's a $50 for a haircut. He like, yeah, man, $50 my price, bro. He's like, hey, man, you don't gotta come to me though. You can go to somebody else that do it cheaper. But I need $50. And then I thought about it. I said, you know what? I said, that's smart. And I was like, thank you, man. He looking at me confused, like, why? What's up? Why you saying this? Why you saying I'm smart? I said, bro, that's smart because you demanding a price and you standing on it. Boundaries, bro. Bro would not. I'm telling you, he would not do the cut unless he was getting 50, bro, by any means. And when I started doing that, bro, I realized like setting a boundary. Appreciate the coin. Uh, Setting a boundary, it really shows value, and it shows that, okay, it's like a confidence thing to where, oh damn, that's my price, man. And that's when I realized, yeah, that's how nobody's gonna nobody's gonna push back on that when you standing on it, because all they're gonna do, they're gonna either gonna do two things. They're either gonna pay that $50 or they're gonna find somebody else to take them. In a story. But guess what? They ain't coming back. It's cold blooded. If they leave, they ain't coming back. Why did they only do it one time? Because they saw that they shenanigans did not work on you. The illusion didn't work. The facade didn't work. And those are the most strongest parts before that hides what? The deception. See? So now the person is like, oh shit, I ain't asking him no more. Cool. Cool. Hey man, I'm cool with that. You upset with my price, which means had I done it, you were just gonna take advantage. That's why I'm trying to tell people, like, bro, you have to set boundaries, bro, in life. You can't afford you can't afford not to. You cannot just say, oh, no, I don't really want to hurt people. I've seen people do this and say this to me all the time. Man, I'm not gonna do him like that, bro. Man, charging him gas to take him home, man, that's bad, bro. You gonna help somebody, I said, don't. I said, man, I ain't the one to be talking about that type of shit with, bro. I said, bro, just if you want to let this man take advantage of you, go ahead and take him for free then. Go ahead and look, feel sorry for him and take him. Will he do the same for you? We don't know. But my thing is, I seen people do shit from the kindness of their heart, and then they get it's like they get frustrated. They get, oh, and I'm doing all this for this person and I'm not getting nothing out of it. And they ain't even giving me no gas. And now you complaining. But you was just in the one breath saying how you wanted to help this person. And you didn't see the point in charging them, because the whole point of charging them is the boundary, bro. The whole point of saying, hey man, I need a little something for, gas or whatever, or whoop-de-woo. Because they're going to come back, bro. See? And then you say, well, I'm saying $50 per ride. And then when they hear that, oh, already got a system in motion, meaning a boundary. See, you got boundaries. Oh, $50. Oh man, I don't got $50, bro. Well, I suggest you will find somebody else then, bro. Meaning you're not giving them an explanation. You're telling that person your price. That's why I thank the Leo, because, oh, I'm telling you my price. Guess what that does? It brings the decision closer to home. Either if you riding with me, man, it's $50. If not, get out. Hey man, kick rocks. Go find somebody else. I don't know what I don't know what else to tell you. And then a person realize, okay, this ain't the one to be playing with. This ain't the one I can work the whole deception and control and deceive. I can't do that with them. See? So they never gonna come back, bro. They're not gonna ask you no more. And that's why I tell people, don't even offer, bro. Especially if you know you don't want to do it. Let me see. Yeah, you cannot please everybody, bro. You can't. Some people can't. You can't even please yourself the way if you really think about it all the time. You gotta you have to look out. I would say you have to be somewhat selfish, but not in a malicious way. You have to be somewhat selfish to the point where you literally look out for yourself first. So if you only got like, let's say you only got like a certain amount of money to, budget and stretch to your next paycheck, or let's say even if you have money, it's just like to keep people from trying to get money out of you and beat money out of you. It's just like, okay, well, I got to set some strong boundaries here, because let's say if you have money and every time, your son or daughter, family members, ask for things, you're overgiving, or you're just not really, paying attention to how much money is being sent out, then it's like, okay, I got to set stronger boundaries, because everybody's pulling on me, see, and you don't know where the money's going. So that's why I'm like, you do have to set limits with things, because if you set limits, what it does is it helps you firmly place the boundary. without the limits, you wouldn't even know where to place the boundaries. It's like, oh, well, hey, I'll do this for you. If it's your son or daughter, they need something. It's like, yeah, I could do this for you. But hey, like me, I remember growing up, my father used to, pay for our lunch, me and my sister's lunch monies and stuff. And my, my father used to be like, yo, uh, I man, I left your lunch money out. But he said, yo, this is what I'm giving you every day for lunch. So don't exceed past this amount because I'm not gonna give it to you. Like this is all you get. And I'm like, oh, okay. But guess what? Did I have to ask him a second time? No, because he already set the boundary. He already told me already that he ain't going past 10, bro. And it was just 10 a day, 10 a day, 10 a day, 10 a day. So it was like once I seen that I'm not getting nothing else, I knew not to ask him for nothing else if he already told me it was 10. See how when he set the boundary, it stopped me from even moving forward and crossing that line because he already told me I'm not getting nothing else. This is it. That's why I be telling people like, bro, if you be firm with boundaries, you will never fall for someone else's deception or their illusion or their control games, mental mind games, bro, manipulation. Because what has to get through put it to you like this, the thing that has to slip through the first time is the illusion. Once you fall for the illusion, that means you didn't ask any questions. You just went along with it. So once the illusion uh busts through the front door, guess who's coming right behind it? Deception, the facade. Because now the person only showed you a side of themselves they wanted you to see and believe about them, right? Not the true them, right? So as soon as the illusion busts through the front door, here comes the facade right behind it. And guess who else? Manipulation. Manipulation comes, and then the control. And that you do not want them to get the control because that's like the uh like the little reels of like a person riding a horse, riding a horse or the little straps, holding back, controlling the horse. And you do not want that. Once that person get into that hot seat of control, now they're telling you what to do with your own stuff. See, that benefits them at your expense. And guess who they leave? Guess who they leave at home? The real them. They leave the real them at home. You don't never get to meet them. See, why is that? And guess what their name is? Reality. Because if you knew the truth, guess what? You wouldn't even be doing it had you known the real them and what the whole real story was about. You would be like, wait a minute. Oh, you just a user? This is all you want from people is just to do this? Oh, hell no. Because once reality sets in, reality always wins, bro. And when nothing can survive of deception, the illusion, control, manipulation, deception, it all dies. It all dissolves. Once the reality sets in, bro, because that's all you need is the truth. Once you get the truth, you have to accept it as it is, bro. Meaning the person and everything that goes with them. But the minute you if you don't ask questions, a person can tell you anything, sell you anything, and they can deceive you the best with your eyes, bro. Running past you one time, that's why you get two ears. You have to hear it from ear to ear, bro. Because one ear you're just hearing just a regular verbal, their tone or just what they communicated to you. And it's almost like, okay, that's the natural original way of just hearing a person. Now I need to see what's behind what you said. See the motive, bro. If you don't ask questions, you will not find out what the motive is, bro. Because then once you realize there's a hidden motive and you're saying to yourself, wait a minute, this is not what you said to me. Now the motive comes out because the person thinks they already got you already. Then you start seeing it unravel and it's like, wait a minute, this person is trying to do this the whole time. How did they sneak into your life is because you didn't ask questions. You got these contractors working on your house and you don't even realize that they're not doing anything that they put in writing. But because you're not home, you think that, oh, they're at the house, putting the roof up. You ain't even going to check and see if they're really doing it, bro. That's what I'm like, bro. You really got to watch people, bro, and ask questions. Because if you don't, I remember I had a contractor come to the house, remodel the whole kitchen, only to realize that when he put the sink in, he didn't put the shit back together how it already was. So when I tried to put my dishwasher in, I had got a new appliances and everything. He literally screwed that shit up, bro. And if I hadn't asked him about it, he wouldn't have told me. He got so mad that he left all his tools, his ladder, everything in the garage, bro. And then you know what I did? I went in there, I grabbed his saw. And I said, no, until you fix what I paid for, you're not getting the saw back. Oh yeah, he went and he cleaned it up, fixed it and everything. I wasn't playing. You're not getting the saw back. You're not getting your saw, and I know you paid some thousand. I know you paid for a lot for this saw, and you're not getting it back. Till you finish my kitchen, you're not getting it back. And that was the thing, and I knew something because he wasn't doing a whole lot of talking. He was real quiet. I'm talking about super quiet, not a pin drop quiet. He'll come in, turn his little radio on, and he'll be working on the house. And if I'm thinking like you. Oh man, I don't want to bother him, man. I want to let him just do his thing. You can't do that all the time, though. You have to, man, even if it's awkward. Hey man, how's things coming along? Oh, okay. So you starting on the sink today, and okay, how's this going? And you gotta, man, you gotta make sure they're doing the shit you paid for, bro. I'm telling you, cause me, it cost me like 7 G's, bro, and I'm literally like watching him. He doesn't know that I'm watching him because I'm not up on him, but I'm tuned in. I'm like, shit, I'm making sure he really doing work. Like he really doing what I paid him for. Cause I'm like, shit, you ain't just finna get no free 7 G's and do nothing or just ruin my house. Cause bro, I'm telling you, what ended up happening was he came in the basement and he ended up messing with the power throughout the whole house to do the installments, get all new stuff because the house, like I say, it was just like old. Just it was super old. The sinks were old. They all had to be remodeled. Man, this man cut a hole in my damn basement wall, like talking a huge the drywall. And then he had the nerve. He didn't call me no more. He just cut a hole in the wall. I said, dude, if you don't bring, like, I wanted to crash out, but I'm like, nah, just be professional. Just, assert yourself in such a way and tell him, hey, man, because I had to really handle him with kid gloves. I'm like, yo, you cut that hole in my wall, right? Yeah, okay. So when are you coming back to, you know, patch it up? He doesn't know that, hey, man, I got rodents and shit, raccoons and everything going under the deck. And they would be right there falling right into the house, bro, if you don't come here and put this damn drywall back up. Man, I had to be on him, bro. I could tell if I'm not up on him, he ain't doing it, bro. So you can't even trust all contractors with stuff, bro, because they lie. Yes, they lie. They like to just get paid, bro. I remember when my water heater went out, bro. Having to call the contractors to come in, bro. They was all playing games, bro. Oh man, I can't fit back there, bro. Oh, this one dude, bro, because the water heater was like way like in an awkward place. This man, he tried to recommend, hey man, you're gonna see what you gotta do is cut this wall right here. Cause I can't fit in there. Well, they need to send somebody that can fit. Like, I don't understand what people be trying to do, bro. Like, they be trying to turn maybe what, $500 job into a damn $4,000 job. Like, bro, cause your big old behind can't fit through this freaking little slit. You gonna tell me I need to cut the wall in the bathroom, in the basement? I said, well, you guys need to send somebody that's thin enough to fit through there. And they were all just making excuses, bro. I ain't getting well. Let's see what the thing is. It's a jerk to the door, to the side. I can't fit because once I get in there, I can't even like open the panel. Bro, tell me why, bro. I found a dude to do it. And you know what he told me? All they had to do was take this little piece apart and it created space, bro. They was just lazy. They didn't want to do it. That's why you gotta ask questions, bro. It's always a way around shit, bro. It's like when people telling you, oh, it's gonna be four grand to do this, it's gonna be this amount. Bro, go get a second opinion, bro. Cause the illusion. Somebody trying to get paid, so they gonna hype the price, put the price way high, bro. And they gonna try to tell you need that shit, bro. Oh yeah, man, I'm telling you what. Hey man, I hate to break it off to you, but it's gonna be a couple grand, bro. I'm like, yeah. Okay, well, that's just your price. I'm gonna go ask somebody, else and ask more questions. Do my research. Found a guy to come and do it for $300, bro. Like, see, that's why I ask questions. I'm not just gonna go along with something, bro. And that's people will take you for a ride if you let them, bro. That's why you gotta set boundaries. But yeah, let me see. You said two Jezebels just nasty. True Gemini, you said two Jezebels. You talking about like the Jezebel spirit? Let me see. Transporter said, I know facts. I'm just saying that's just part of the makeup. So all of a sudden I'm with you. Had to learn. But yes, like it's much more simpler when you keep your yes a yes and your no a no. If just having these two different, words just ready for just people, it makes it so much easier. That you could either, that you have the option, the choice to say yes or no. Anything more than that is just confusion, bro. It's just confusion because explaining is nothing. That is put it to you like this: explaining things only when necessary. See, but not on a day to day. Just if it doesn't need it, you don't do it. See, it's like if you don't, you got to know it because you can complicate things for yourself. Um, yeah, it's like they keep trying. Yeah, checks not checkers. Facts. Let me see. Welcome, Misty. How you doing? Welcome everybody. Just came in. Smash the like button for me. Trying to get this to 100 likes. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, definitely, especially for a Pisces, you definitely have to set boundaries, and it's only because you wanting to give people a chance or you wanting to be fair, but you have to look at you have to look at the situation realistically because it's like, hey, well, if I do something, it's because I want to do it, and I'm not just gonna go along with something just because it looks like I should. See, because I'm not obligated, and you got to be careful because that obligation can set in because it helps the control. Um, it helps the illusion. And people don't notice is that when you the craziest thing is your emotions, your intuition finds it first. See? And it's almost like when you look at the illusion, what helps it survive? Especially when it's dissolving, is obligation, bro. Obligation helps the illusion survive, bro. So even if a person loses it, they lose their grip on you. They which means they lose their influence on you. Influence is just control at the end of the day. But that's usually what people really want is influence. Especially when it comes to manipulation, getting other people to do do things for them at the other person's expense. So it's like getting something for nothing. Now, when people feel obligated, it could be to different dynamics, meaning relationships, marriage, friendship, family role, a job, and then it oftentimes makes you keep performing a version of yourself long after the feelings change. So it's like, damn, I don't even like this situation that I'm in. So now I feel like I have to keep going because of the obligation. But that feeds the illusion. See, that's why I tell people, appreciate the hundreds, y'all, and the hearts. Let me see. And it's like, yeah, man, it's just let me see. Yeah, so I feel like getting back, it's like, yeah, definitely, Jay film that said the 50 sets a bounty so you don't get used for a ride every time. You said that's some you said that's some Pisces stuff. Appreciate that the gift, Helena. Yeah, see the thing is, so the thing is, obligation. Now, what does the obligation do to you? How does it affect you? It makes you stay when you don't want to. See how the control, it literally gets you on all sides. It is like playing chess because you're not safe just because, oh, when you were first met with the illusion, you said no. That's why you got to stand on it 10 toes down. You got to stand on it. That's why the $50 situation it meant a lot to me because you got to raise it. You got to raise the bar, bro. Meaning you got to have high standards, bro. Moving in on this earth, you got to have high standards, bro. You got to raise the bar where people can barely reach it, bro, because that's going to keep that illusion, that facade. They ain't going to be willing to go that damn far, especially if they mean you no good, bro. It's cold blooded because that really show you if they're not trying to meet the standard, meaning your standard, they're just trying to use you the whole time. They ain't never going to raise their hand and try to help you out. Nope. Because they're doing themselves a favor and you don't even know it until it's too late that they were just in it for themselves the whole time. And you thought, oh man, this was my dog and this was my friend and oh, that's who I'm married to. And oh, you don't know why they married you, bro. You don't know why. Why did they really marry me? And many people are afraid to even ask themselves that because a lot of times they know, oh, damn, they can't handle the answer, bro. So then what did that tell you? Then when people can't handle the answer, they feel obligated to stay with the person. It's almost like, well, damn, I would rather play house than hear the truth that this person just married me for my money and what I could offer. But they didn't never have shit to do with me. But you don't want to even come to that closure because, oh, it's gonna hurt your feelings and make you feel stupid. And you feel like that's worse than, oh, let me just be superficial and just, go with the flow and fake it and act like we're all just such a peaceful, loving family, bro. Like, no. So that's why some people do this because they don't want to look like the bad guy or the bad, bad girl or bad woman just for simply asking. See, just to get that clarity. So the thing is, if you don't ask for the truth, you don't get it anyway. The thing about it, people don't want conflict, bro. When you don't want conflict, what are you really saying? You don't want the intuition. You don't want the intuition to cook, bro. Because you feel the inner conflict. That's what a Pisces feels. Pisces feels the internal conflict first before the outer conflict, because Pisces is strong enough to handle the outer conflict. The inner conflict is the part that's the problem, because that's you, Pisces, versus your intuition. See? And it's like you might not like what your intuition is telling you to do, Pisces. You might disagree with it, but you have to do it, bro, because your intuition knows best. What in regards to what's best for you. See, so you might want to date somebody and the intuition is like, hell no, this ain't the one. And you like, man, you always got something to say. And you feel it all in here like, man, come on, man. Damn. That's why a lot of people they get confused. They look at a Pisces, they observe a Pisces, like, dude, you see dude over there talking to himself, and it look like you arguing with the air and fighting the air. And you like, oh man. And you just getting upset. And you getting upset with your intuition, but nobody can see what you're doing. Only you, Pisces, know why you're doing that, spazzing out in the damn parking structure. And you like, come on, man, damn, let me just be ignorant for one day. Let me just be a fool for one goddamn day, man. Damn. And it's like, nah, bro, you can't be a fool for one damn day. That'll be your last day. So that's why I say, like, bro, you can feel responsible just by this obligation, bro. It's like, damn, it's my fault if I ask this question, bro. If I ask, what did you get married for? Why did you marry me? And then you see, the problem is you start to try to find the answers before asking them, which makes you not ask in the first place. And that's the facade, bro. You're deceiving yourself when you do that. Damn, she gonna think that I'm playing. Damn, she gonna think that, oh, this whole time I wasn't serious. Bro, you don't know that, bro, until you ask and find it out. Because you gotta get what? The facts first before you assume. See, it's a difference between assuming things and then asking questions. When you assume things, what does this do? It obligates you, bro. It obligates you to stay instead of walking away. See, you lose power by doing so. So when you lose power, you give the person control. You you give the person the influence that they're looking for in the first place. But guess who is in regard to? You, not them. See, so here's the thing. The illusion continues. Now, for what reason? Because who else is there? The facade. The facade is what the person tries to pretend to be, other than what? Themselves, their true selves. So here, when the illusion survives, now it introduces the mask. See, so now the obligation can keep the it can protect a person's public image from everybody knowing its real self, its real form. That's why I tell people, like, bro, why is the scariest moment is when the person takes the mask off, bro. And you might see them being so hideous and just so, they look nothing like what they had when they had that mask on, bro. And the whole time that's the real them. The hideous face, the one, because that's why they had to put all that shit on in the first place. Because if you think about this, if you if you see a person for who they truly are, why is it easier to make a decision? Oh, I know you. I know this person is full of shit. Oh yeah, this person's asshole. Yeah, I know he's no good, bro. Yeah, he won't do it. He's not gonna fix it for you, bro. Don't pay him a damn dime. Why is it easy for you to walk away then? Because there's no illusion and no facade. That's why. Appreciate the hat, the birthday hat, Helena. Once the mask and the illusion is gone, now you have clarity. You know what you're dealing with. You know the real them. So it's like, oh, why do you notice this? You notice this to be true because people have family members that they really know, and guess what? They have nothing to do with each other. It's cold blooded. The person that everybody knows, they don't let that they don't let that mother ever come to their house. They already know him or her. Oh yeah, man. Fred, oh yeah, Fred, no, he can't come to my house. No, Fred likes to steal, and yeah, I don't, nope, I'm not letting him come. Nope. Why? Why wouldn't you let Fred come over? He's a goddamn thief. Hell, he'll steal milk from a breast if I let him, if he had the chance. Like little stuff where cut and dry, like, damn, Fred is really that bad, bro. Yeah, 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 I know, yeah. That means the mask is already gone, bro. But here's the funny part. Fred, he knows who to wear the mask with. He knows the people that he can run this game on and who he can't do it with. So what does he do? He simply avoids the truth and the people that know the truth about him. It's cold-blooded, bro. But if you don't know him, guess what? He puts a mask on. He puts a mask on. So now, oh, it's Fred. Oh, there's Fred. What's up, man? That's my homie, bro. Yeah, what's up, Brody? And people are looking at the same Fred like they must not know him like we do. So you like, yo, they must not know him like we do. Oh, yeah, he got them going. Yeah, yeah, okay. Well, it's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time because you cannot wear the mask forever. It's uncomfortable to hold up the deception. It's uncomfortable to wear the mask because it's not you, bro. So what does this tell you? That mask is going to slip off, and guess what? He's going to do what he's known for because that's his truth. That is his truth. So if he steals, he's going to steal from you eventually. It's just a matter of time. See, he can only do what he knows. If you're a master, see, even if you've mastered the good things in life, you will also master the bad things about you. So if you steal or you do something, you're just as good as that too. So yeah, that's why I tell people get to know, ask questions because, bro, when you ask people questions, they have to think, bro. And this is how you trip people up because when you ask questions, they are only going to show you what they feel like you don't know about them first. So when you start asking questions, this confuses them to where, oh, well, I got to be careful what I show you because you're questioning it. Meaning you're just not going to go with what I show you. Meaning what? The deception, bro. See, when you ask them questions, bro, oh, they don't like that, bro. Oh, yeah, well, after thinking about it, yeah, I think I would just you know what, man, let me get back to you, bro. Because yeah, they ain't got nothing for you because you asking questions. Oh, how many miles are on the car? Well, let's see. We got one owner. That ain't what I asked you, bro. I asked you how many miles are on the car. See how folks just try to get around the question that fast? You gotta watch that, bro, because when you literally, if you really listen to what you're asking, if you were to use it on yourself, you would just answer it. But when you get people try to go around it, bro, oh, that's a red flag, bro. It's a red flag. And you got people that do this shit all the time, bro, and they ignore it, bro. Or they just don't even realize it's happening. You go in to buy something and you ask one question. Oh man, is there a warranty with this? And they say something else, it's to confuse you, bro, other than simply asking the question, bro, or just answering it. It's like if they just go around and just start to bombard you with all kind of other stuff that have nothing to do with the question. That's why I tell people, like, bro, be careful. Intuition is not, even I'm gonna tell you, the craziest, this is the craziest thing, bro. And this is gonna really flip your mind. And I'm gonna tell you with intuition, bro. Now, all this is why you gotta make sure your intuition, you gotta know when it's right and when it's wrong. A lot of people don't know this, bro. Is that the intuition can be deception as well, bro. This is cold blooded, bro. I bet you didn't know. You didn't even know that. I guarantee a lot of y'all probably didn't even know that. And some of y'all may have. But intuition can be deceptive. It can be deception. Because the biggest mistake people make is assuming if I feel it, it must be true. But what if you're feeling it wrong? And see, the thing is, you got to know whether or not it's really the intuition of what you're feeling. See, so that's why I tell people, you got to make sure it's the intuition and not fear. Because fear lives in the same place the intuition does. And people do not know this. And I'm gonna tell you why, bro. I'm gonna tell you all about this, bro. And it's because when you start to fear, when you fear something, bro, if somebody's afraid of something, they feel it in here, bro, in the chest, bro. And the same area of your chest is where your intuition is in your belly. So your body reacts first. So when something feels off, your body reacts first. That means your intuition is cooking. So it starts to pick up on something. It's letting you know that, hey, man, slow down. Because why? You're going along with something and you're too influenced. You're too involved as if you're going to accept it from the person that's deceiving you or trying to influence you. So when you're going along with something, the intuition is like, wait a minute, wait, screaming out, caution, 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 wait. Because you're just going along with something and it's almost like you don't see the trap. Now, that's why I said the mouse, that analogy with the mouse, how does the mouse get trapped? How does the mouse fall for the trap, bro? In the chat. Anybody want to take a guess? Because one thing is, why do you think the mouse will risk it all for the cheese, right? For the prize, especially when he doesn't see it often. So he thinks it's real because he hardly sees it. It's cold-blooded, bro. Could you imagine, bro? You out here working, working your ass off, and then it's almost like a diamond in the rough. You see something that you want, and you like, damn, I ain't never really seen that in a long time. And let's say you see a woman that look like the woman that you, hey, the woman of your dreams. You just out there working hard and busy, and then next thing you know, you look over your shoulder and you see something that you ain't seen in a while, and you like, damn. And then you don't know that it's pulling you towards it. This is what the illusion does, bro. The illusion I'm gonna tell you, the first thing the illusion has to do to captivate you, to leave you starstruck, it had it has to grab your attention first, bro. So when you are working, you're busy doing your routine, doing what what you do every day. You look over your shoulder at something, and it frees you, and it just literally freezes you. You look over your shoulder and you're like, and it has your attention just like that. This is the number one thing that you do not realize it's doing, pulling you towards it, bro. It's cold-blooded. You don't even see when you put your focus on it, it has your attention, meaning it has your eyes. Your eyes are there to focus on things. So as the minute you start to zero in on it and lock in, it pulls you towards it, bro. And the thing is, it pulls you towards it. And guess what else? Guess what you leave behind? The boundaries, bro. The boundaries. The illusion pulls you away from your boundaries, bro. The very thing that was there to hey, to keep you safe, the illusion snatched you from right up under those boundaries that you have there, bro. It's almost as if once you get close to the illusion, you start reaching in your pockets like, wait a minute, where's my keys? Where's my phone? Where's this? What's this? You done forgot what you was even doing. And then all of a sudden you fall for the illusion because you thought it was the truth. You thought this was for you. Oh man, I don't even see this often. So did the mouse. Because this is what you fail to realize. The illusion, bro, is the bait. Is the bait. You don't understand that bait has everything you would like it to have. That's why I said the woman of your dreams is in the bait. You think it's for you because, oh man, it had my attention. Why would it have such an influence on you where you could just stop what you're doing? You done forgot your phone and this, you done left all your boundaries behind. And now you ask this woman for her number. She says everything you want to hear. Give you the desires of your heart. And next thing you know, you don't even know that this is how you're going to go out. This person is going to bring you to your demise, bro. And you don't even see it that the whole damn time it was a trap to begin with, bro. But why would a trap have it? This is the powerful thing about it. Why would a trap have your attention so strong? See, why would it have a pull on you? Because of its influence, bro. The influence is so strong. That's why I'm saying a person can really cover up the hook with the bait. See, when they say they catch you lacking, they catch you off guard. This is what we're talking about, bro. So the mouse sees the cheese, but he doesn't see the trap, bro. See, and he doesn't know that the trap, it will literally end his life. So if you don't see that it's there in the first place, bro, could you imagine? When you get deceived, bro, that means, oh man, I didn't know. Oh, they got me. See, oh, I got scammed. Oh yeah, man, they did me wrong, bro. All because you didn't see it coming, bro. See, the thing is, I'm gonna tell you. Let's say when you look at fear, fear lives in the same place as intuition. Now, both of them they show up as a feeling. See, before you have proof of what you're feeling. So they both whisper to you, and you're thinking that, how the hell are they whispering to me? See, remember I said you got to hear shit twice, bro? The first time you hear something, bro, you ain't heard shit, bro. That's why you got to listen again, bro, because, oh, I missed something. Bro, you hear this stuff because it's connected to your soul. When you look at the fear and intuition, you're like, okay, you're supposed to discard the fear, and now you got to listen to the intuition. You cannot listen to your intuition in fear. Many people be literally operating off of fear, but they think they're operating off their intuition. So that's the confusion that I was referring to. Now, when you look at this, both try to get your attention, bro. Fear and the intuition tries to get your attention. Why? Because the illusion, bro. The illusion has your attention. The bait has your attention. So the intuition and fear scream louder, bro. Imagine you going along with something and your intuition is like, no, don't do it. You like, oh shit. Why? Why did that happen? Why did that happen? I'm going to tell you to get you to think about it. It's cold blooded. To get you to think about it. See, you wasn't thinking. That's why you was so focused and locked in. When you wasn't thinking, guess what you wasn't doing? You wasn't questioning it, bro. It's cold blooded. See, you have to question everything that you see, bro, because if you look at the make and model of a vehicle at nighttime and you say, oh, somebody says, yo, what kind of car is that next to you? And all you see is the word Jeep. And you say, yeah, I'm sitting next to a Jeep. A Jeep. Okay, what kind of Jeep is it? Uh, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what kind of Jeep it is. It's just a white Jeep. The person is gonna say, I need more details. Ma'am, what, you know, meaning go check it out and find out what the damn make and model is. That's what I'm saying. You have to go, you have to question things. You have to ask yourself, okay, wait, what kind of car is this? What am I getting myself into? I need more information. But if you literally just go along with something just because it got your attention, your intuition or fear will whisper to you and say, hold on now, wait a minute. But you're not supposed to use fear to make the decision. You're supposed to use your intuition. So, with that being said, when you look at both of these, they're both going to speak to you and whisper that something isn't right to slow you down. See? Because that's the thing is that you're not thinking, bro. See? When something has your attention, you're not thinking, bro. And I'm going to tell you why. Yeah, I'm going to tell you because people do this even when it's not something bad. Let's just say in regards to a purchase, you're in a store and all of a sudden you like, okay, should I buy this? Should I not? And then all of a sudden, you're not even thinking about it. You're not thinking about, oh, is this the best decision I should make right now? You're not looking at your bills. You're not looking at, do I really need this right now? See? So, but here's the thing. When something truly has your attention, you oftentimes stop your normal thinking, bro. That's why a person can literally be driving and they see a coyote or something just running down the street, right? And they literally just lose, they take their eyes off the road and they start looking at the coyote because it's like, oh, there's a coyote and then all of a sudden they smash into someone's car in front of them, smash into a tree, God forbid. Their car runs off the road into a ditch. That fast, just because you took your focus off of what was in front of you and something else had your attention alongside. See, on the way there, on the way to your destination, something just literally clipped you and just side swiped you. It's just like something distracted you. So that's why I'm trying to tell you, like, bro, some things you just gotta stop and think because you gotta analyze to get the details, bro. Remember, I said you gotta know what kind of car that is. You gotta know more than just what. Oh, it's a Jeep. You gotta know what kind it is, bro. Too, because when you just literally going through life and you just start looking at things and you're just easily distracted, bro. Easily curious about things where it literally just cuts off your thinking. It's bad because it affects your focusness. Now, here's the thing. All I'm saying, all this to say is that you stop comparing things, bro. See? And what you end up slipping up and doing as a result is you stop questioning things altogether. See, if you question things, this is how you're supposed to look into a situation. You see it and you say, okay, do I need this right now? No. Do I want this? Could be. Yeah, it could be a good thing. But do I need it? No. You got to compare things, bro. Because when you don't question things, guess what? You don't set boundaries either. Cold blooded. And now, let's say all these things, see, your emotions are supposed to get your attention only. It's not supposed to make decisions out of your emotions. Your emotions that you feel are supposed to protect you, bro. I'm gonna tell you. Why you think a dog barks when a stranger comes to the fence that he doesn't know? See, to let the owners know that hey, someone is here. I don't recognize them. See, it's like, oh, if I don't know you, you're automatically looked at as a threat. See, because I don't know you, and at that moment glance, I don't trust you either because I don't know you. That's the best way to handle a situation. Because that's why people will go buy a house in the middle of nowhere because they don't want to be bumping into strangers and living in a community full of folks just bombarding you that you don't know. Because why? What you don't know can hurt you, bro. See? So here, fear grabs your attention. Attraction grabs your attention. Anger grabs your attention. Desire grabs your attention. So once your attention is captured, see, the mind can become less objective, bro. It's cold blooded, bro. That's what I'm trying to say is what you can't see. When you literally out there, bro, and something got your attention, bro, it literally captivates you to where it's like something that just capture your mind and it's like it ain't it doesn't want to let go easy. So what that does for you is you cannot be more objective about the situation. Now if you're just going along with something and you don't even know that whatever got your attention could be deceiving you, bro. Could be slowing you down, could be a distraction. See, now here's another thing. A person, let's say going back to that scenario with the woman or the man. Let's say you're a woman, you find this man to be handsome or attractive, and if you're a man, you find a woman to be attractive. Now, here's the thing. Let's say that same person does something suspicious. The same one you found to be attractive or handsome, right? So now, what would you normally have thought, right? You normally would have thought, oh, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense of what this person just did, right? Or what you saw them do, it didn't make sense to you. So now, because your attention is consumed by attraction, you explain it, you explain it away. You start to think to yourself, oh, opposite. See, you start thinking to yourself out of fear that, oh, someone makes a harmless mistake. You start to think to yourself, oh, no big deal. See how you're not even thinking normal because that person has captivated your attention. It literally throws your whole everything off. See? So it's like where you would have normally had walked away, done something, you probably would have done the best thing, walked away from the situation. But because the situation had your attention, you did otherwise, bro. Cold blooded. See, now when fear has your attention, now it's like everything looks like evidence, bro. See? So that's why I tell people attention is a spotlight, bro. Whatever it shines on becomes bigger than everything else. That's why it has your focus, bro. See, when you looking at something, it's almost like, oh, look at this, or oh, what'd you know? Damn, it could be a car along the side of the road. It could be a 1987 Chevy Caprice Classic for like $800. Something has your attention, bro, and you stop to look at it, and you like, damn, bro, I really want that, or I really would buy that right now. And you literally forget something small, like picking your daughter up from school, or it could be anything where you was on your way to go pay a bill, and you then got captivated by something on the side of the road, and all of a sudden you just forgot. See, you weren't being objective enough because what? Your whole attention was captivated, bro. That's why I tell people the mouse gets, bro, the mouse gets killed because he doesn't pay attention, bro. He doesn't pay attention to anything else but what he sees. That's why they say the mouse eyes is bigger than his stomach, bro. His eyes is bigger than his stomach because his eyes get him killed, bro. It's cold blooded. Cold blooded, bro. Because that cheese, that food got his attention. So, listen, that small piece of cheese on the trap, bro, has his mind he's so stoked. He's so excited. That little piece of cheese has his attention so bad that he really thinks it's that easy to just go over there and grab it and enjoy it. But you see how everything has been used on mice and rats. We know that, right? But the crazy thing is most people think like the mouse. Most people think like the mouse, bro. Because they look at something and they think, oh man, this is me. I'm going to get it. See, here's the difference. There's a difference from you chasing it versus it coming to you naturally. Everything you chase after ends up bringing you into your demise. You don't see the trap because it enticed you first. But sometimes it don't even have to entice you. Sometimes you just look at something that has your attention and you're like, oh shit, I gotta everybody run over there and grab it. That's why the dude buys the car with no fucking brakes, bro. Prime example, bro. I'm not even trying to be funny either, bro. It just came to me as soon as I it was just like, I'm just saying, buying a car with no brakes is just like the mouse that goes and get the cheese off the trap, bro. He doesn't never see that, oh, what am I have to worry about something for? Because, hey, I could clearly see what somebody done left out. And guess what? You think it was for you. And yes, it was for you. You're damn right, Mr. Mouse. You know, Stuart Little, yeah, you're definitely right. The cheese is for you now that you, damn, why is these earbuds falling out of my ears, bro? Yo, my bad, y'all. I don't like these earbuds. They're too fucking, they're weird, bro. These, oh my God, bro. I shouldn't have bought these, bro. I shouldn't have bought these earbuds. They don't stick in your ears good enough. But yeah, the mouse, let me see. No, I don't think I'm better than nobody. I'm just trying to get people to see that, bro. Like when stuff keep happening to you and you be realizing that, damn, why is this happening? It's because the illusion, it's what you can't see, bro. In other words, I'm just explaining it to you. Is that when you don't see these things, this is why shit keeps happening. It's see the cycle, as you guys know, before a tornado, before a storm hits, it's a mixture of, dry air and all these different, things that make the storm itself. And that's the same thing with the deception and the illusion. All these are just little bits and pieces of a cycle. And all it's there for is to repeat itself. See, we're not tested all the time with different stuff. We go through the same damn test over and over and over until we pass, bro, in life. Life is all about tests, bro. It's like, okay, I'm gonna put you in this situation and see how you handle it. But yeah, when I'm just looking at the mouse situation, because most people behave like the mice or the rat, because, like I say, they just all about, they're once their attention is captivated, they just go along with it or they chase after it. And it's like, bro, you don't even see that might not be the decision to take. Just because it looks like you could take advantage of the situation doesn't mean you will. Oh, just because it looks like you will win doesn't mean you will. That's like you gotta compare and factor in everything, bro. Now, okay, so when you look at something that owns your attention, bro, it starts influencing your perception, bro. So that's why I tell people, like, bro, you have to watch out for influence, bro. Anything can influence you. Influence is like the strongest form of control, bro. Because it's based on how you perceive things can really F you up, bro. And your thinking and everything, because it's like you're not thinking right. See, you could look at a situation and forget that, damn, attention is everything, bro. Attention is powerful because it can make you stop thinking and start believing it's something otherwise. See? Because I'm going to tell you, think about this. What controls your attention oftentimes controls your reality, bro. What if your reality is not, it's not reality, bro? What if it's not? Now you think you're doing something right when you're doing something totally wrong, bro. That's what I'm trying to say is that when something has your attention, don't stop thinking, bro. Just because, oh, you're focused on something, you got something on your mind, you got something that, hey, you desire. Because once you start to stop thinking, that's when you need to think the most, bro. Once, kids, you gotta understand, when you stop thinking about something where normally you would, that's when you gotta think the most. That's when you gotta think the most. Do not be like the mouse, bro. Because the mouse, I'm gonna tell you, the mouse does not think. He goes off what he sees first. He never thinks. That's why he always dies, bro. It doesn't matter who they are. It could be Suzanne, it could be Ray Ray, it could be Thomas, it could be Lucifer, Bobby, Cindy, whoever. The mouse, no matter what his name is, guess what? It always goes by his eyes first, what it sees. Never thinks first. That's why he will literally get on a rat wheel and he will run that thing up like he's really going somewhere. He never thinks that, oh yeah, I'm just running in place. I'm absolutely not going anywhere, even though I'm on this rat wheel. And then you ask yourself, anybody that would think would know not to buy a car without brakes, would know, oh, why would I do this rat race only to get nowhere? Why would you even start? That's that. See, it's one thing to be dumb. It's one thing to be ignorant. It's one thing to be stupid. All these different things do not mean the same, bro. Because if you're dumb, you could be dumb as a box of rocks just because you just don't know shit. That's another thing when you don't even know how to think. You can't even, like, you don't even think about being, doing the wisest, like the smartest thing in the situation. Like buying a car with no brakes is stupid. Well, actually, you get all three. You get the dumb, well, because it's like, bro, why would you do that? In other words, it's like, it's like you, it's like I say, man, I don't know. It's like some people don't know these things because they don't, oh, that's right. The car didn't stop because I didn't have brakes. Or let's say a person hears it wrong. Oh yeah, it has rotors and yeah, but no brake pads, no brake pads. Okay, that's why the price is $500 for this car. And then you're like, oh well, as long as it gets me around. Okay, well here you go, man. Here's the title. You have a good day. Hey man, hey, be safe, man. Be safe, bro. Oh, you too, man. And then all of a sudden, crash into a damn fucking parking meter, and it's like, yo, after they do the autopsy, they like, yo, what happened to him? Oh yeah, man. He didn't make it, bro. You'd be just like that damn mouse. Oh man, yeah, man. He didn't make it, bro. He was at the car with inspecting the car. It had, no brake pads, just the rotors, and then the caliper, and that's it. There's this one, the caliper was a little rusted. It was kind of leaning on. Looks like the guy tried to smash the brakes a couple times, and he ended up just smashing into a damn parking meter. And it's like, when you look at the situation, you laugh because it's stupid, right? You laugh because it's so dumb. People don't understand that something so stupid can make you laugh the most, bro. That means that something can literally, and you gotta ask yourself, what makes you laugh, bro? What makes you just crack up because the shit is just so fucking stupid, bro? It's so stupid, like that teaches you something, bro. It's like you can't let something just get your mind just so. That's how destructive it can be when something just grab your attention just like that to make you not think, bro. You know how many people have died? How many people have died not thinking, bro? It's sad, bro. Makes you want to cry sometime, bro. How many people didn't die because they didn't think, bro? It's like it's like a person that goes through the trash, bro, looking for something to eat. Like, why would you go in the dumpster to find something to eat? Like, you and I may think that, oh, maybe he's gonna find a chicken dinner, or maybe he might find some fried chicken or some type of meal in the trash can, right? And it's like, no, you wouldn't, bro. That's where people put waste products in, bro. Like, are you like dumb? Like, so it's like, if a person does that, they're not thinking, bro. So many, that's why rodents and stuff eat out the trash because they're not thinking, bro. You start doing, see, when you lose focusness to that point, you're more prone to do dumb shit because you can't help it, bro. Like once you do one thing dumb, it's almost like you just keep doing dumb stuff because that's all you know. Is you don't know any better, so you just do dumb stuff. Why you think when you were a kid and you shit in a diaper and nobody knew where you were going to shit again, bro? Why you think people didn't even want to watch you? Why you think people didn't even want to fudge with you? Because, oh damn, he's gonna probably shit again all over himself and won't go use the bathroom. And then people will laugh about it, right? Because it's funny. It's because it's stupid. Like I remember I used to be a daycare teacher, right? And I used to be assistant teacher. Next thing you know, I was a lead teacher. And I remember there was this older boy, a man, he was like, he had to be like school age, like 12, 13. Bro, this man shit his pants, bro. Like, talking about at least like 5 foot, what, 5'2", 5'3"? He shit his pants, bro. Like, if you're of age, bro, let's say you're 13, right? Or you have a son or daughter, 13 years old, bro. You could probably get away with it if you're 7, 5, 4. That's even still too old to like know better. It's like, yo, you like, wait a minute. You were 13 and you shit your pants, bro, and didn't go to the bathroom? To me, it's almost like the mouse, right? You just didn't give a fuck. That's what I'm saying. There's a difference between not giving a damn and you just gonna do something anyway, just because that's just what you gonna do. That's what I say. Somebody can go through the dumpster to find food because that's just something they're gonna do. But here's the thing: they don't have to, bro. That's why I say when you look at people, it's not that people are. We can't we cannot give people an excuse and say, oh yeah, because they got this shit going on. Because you don't have to do that, bro. You have a choice. Now, when you look at okay, so when something has your attention, bro, you gotta always make sure you don't stop thinking. Okay, now a lot of people. The craziest thing is a lot of people don't even think, bro. I don't know about y'all, chat, but like a lot of people just don't think, bro. Like most people say, "Oh, you don't get paid to think," but that's something different. That's not in the same type of way that I mean this. Now, when it's different factors, okay? So like when people are desperate, that's even worse, right? Because when you desperate, that means okay, I'ma just go along with it and do it because I just really gotta get it. I really have to do it. So when you when you don't, here's the thing. When you could look at when you look at a person that's desperate, that's being desperate. Desperation in itself is considered a hidden enemy, bro. A hidden enemy because it works against you, and you think that, oh, because I'm really just going, I really really want it. I really want to go along with it. The situation is you're not even asking yourself whether it's true or not, whether it's real or Um, it's almost like, oh, whatever decision that I must take, I need to know whether it's even a good thing to do or not. See, but when you're desperate, you're not factoring in either of those. You're just going along with it either way. So here, it's almost like it's considered suicidal. It's dangerous as hell to think like this because when you go in a situation, you're making it more dangerous for yourself. You start to simply not ask yourself, hey, is this something I should do? That's just like somebody offer you something, you just do it. See? So let's say somebody it could be in a relationship dynamic to where, oh, someone's desperate for love, they're desperate for attention, they're desperate for validation or companionship. See? And it opens them up more to controversy, different things. It's almost like that person really summons that illusion. See, because they will come with the whole thing of needing that attention on them, no matter where source is coming from. Now, when it comes to the very things that a person desperate will ignore from time to time is red flags, inconsistencies, disrespect, and broken promises. So that's why you have to look at all of this, because, and I'm gonna tell you, you probably want something so bad that you'll do anything for it. Whether you get the right, it could be some in regards to attention, a job, a relation, anything, right? So you want it so bad that you may be willing to work hard for it. You may be willing to um, do anything for it because at one point you had it and it wasn't working out. See, it's like some people might had a good job and then they lost that good job. So now it's like, oh, they might be desperate to get that back. Oh, to get that situation back again. Let's say they were with someone, and then all of a sudden, in those instances. Now, I will say, let's say when it comes to finances with money, okay, if a desperate person sees a scam and a calm person sees a scam too, do they see the same thing? See? Because I'm gonna tell you, no, they don't. They don't see the same thing. The desperate person needs the money to be real. See, so the difference is they stop questioning it. See, so that's why I tell you, a calm person is going to question things first. They're like, oh, wait a minute, they go to a dealership, car dealership, they go get a car. They're not going to just buy the first thing they see right off the rip. They're going to give it a couple days, think about it, and whatnot. Now, when you're desperate, the problem is it could be disguised as your intuition. See, that's why I say it's everything on the outside, meaning reality, versus everything on the inside of what you can't see. See, it's like you got to know the difference, because when you're saying things like, oh, this person could be my soulmate, or I feel like this person is my soulmate. And then it's like, okay, well, maybe, maybe not. Then you start thinking, oh, I feel like, they're always thinking about me. And you telling someone this, but the problem is maybe you are hoping they are. See, is what you're not realizing. Maybe it's just you. And it's like you're trying to say that the other person's doing that. That's what I mean by a person being desperate, and it coming out as that person's intuition and it's not. See? So one thing that we know desperation does best is it clouds your judgment. So it can recruit the judgment to defend the fantasy. See? That fantasy holds your attention. See? And that it doesn't want to let it go. Now, when you're desperate, then the evidence becomes optional, and then the hope becomes proof. So that's why I say, bro, like, never be desperate for anything, bro. Never ever be desperate for stuff, bro. It's like sometimes you might really want something, and it's not, you don't get the same vibe feeling that other person got with what they showed you or whatever it was. It's like you might want something because you've seen somebody else with it, and then you get it for yourself and realize that you don't even get the same joy, excitement about it, because it's like You might realize like, oh, this is not really all of that or what I thought it was. But because you were desperate, it blinded you to that fantasy. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like people will literally look at a person with a Hellcat or a Scat Pack. They're like, oh man, damn, that's a really, oh, I want a car like that, you know. And then they become desperate, you know. They'll work hard for it, do whatever, and then they'll go get the same car or, you know, same make model, different year, and then they realize they don't really want it. It's like, oh shit, this ain't even all that. It's like just a car. You know, yeah, it's fast, but it's not like nothing to, you know, be desperate for. And they realize they don't even really want it. Did all that work for nothing because it's like, damn, you don't really want it as the other person showed you theirs. It's just like sometimes you just gotta, you know, not be like that. Now, um, another thing is when you're desperate, you're not always looking for the truth, meaning, you know, reality. And sometimes you're just trying to look for a relief. So sometimes that's the effect that the desperation can have on you is it can stress you. See, it could you know put pressure on you in such a way where damn, I need a break. You know, I need a relief from this. So that's why I say that. Now another thing is when you when you question things, and I'm gonna tell you what happens when you question things just by asking questions alone. It breaks the illusion, bro. It breaks the illusion because a person that sells you something, like I remember, it was a dude at Metro Mart. We call this in my state, it's like a pick and save. The man was selling candy bars, right? And I was like, how much for the candy bar? He said $2. I said, $2? Okay, well, you know, what you got? We'll do. He started showing me all the candy bars and what he had, right? So I'm like, okay. I already know if I go to Sam's Club, you can get a whole bulk full of these things, and it's like maybe like $11 or something for a whole freaking you know, they had the whole what they call it, bulk, the bulk of the candy or whatever. So I'm just looking at him and I'm like, yo, I see your little hustle. I know you got your hustle going on, but bro, that like $2 for a candy bar. I can go in this grocery store and get one for the same or similar price, probably a few cents more. I'm like, to me, it was just like you could see that like something was off. Something felt off just by him even asking me, "Hey, you want to buy some candy?" I'm like, okay. I'm looking at what he got, and I'm like, bro, like in my mind, I got so many questions. Like, yo, did you buy this? Like, what? Like, where you getting this stuff from, bro? Because to me, it's just like I could tell something was just off. But then when I realized it, it was like he's charging the similar prices to the store prices. He trying to make that bag. So I'm like, man, I'm like, nah, bro, I'm good, bro. I'm good because I'm like, bro, I know it's only like $2 a candy bar, but I'm like, bro, do I really want to buy something if I know I'm not really getting a fair deal? It's like, no. See? So it's like in those times, even though it's not as important as others, but you still gotta set the boundary, bro. Because it's like to me, people will overcharge to try to get you to pay you know, the same price as the stores if you don't ask questions. Now, it was another thing I wanted to oh, okay. So another thing is the hidden motives, okay? Now, when you stop questioning things, those the hidden motives come out because let me tell you guys, hidden motives come out because you have to know what questions to ask, bro. It's not just questions, it's what type of questions to ask. Okay. Now, when you go into a situation, right? Let's say you get interviewed at a job or for a job, and the person, you know, ends off with, hey, didn't want to have any questions. Always ask. It's no such thing as a bad question, bro, or a stupid question. There's nothing stupid about questions whatsoever. Questions are good, even if you don't really know what you're asking. You're just like saying something like, "Yo, so what is the schedule?" Always ask questions, bro, because everything is not always how it seems to be, bro, or appears to be. It's like, hey, is this hey, are you guys connected to the union? This is little stuff. Just ask stuff because, bro, I'm telling you, you might not even want the job after you ask a few questions, bro. It might be a situation where it's like, okay, what is the pay? Or hey, can can we get this? Or hey, do you guys have this to offer? No questions is almost like when you don't ask the questions, that's where the hidden motives can catch you off guard. So here, when you people keep looking at me, bro, while I'm doing my life, bro. But people, my bad, y'all. So, oh my God, man, it's always stuffy in here. Okay, so when you look at the hidden motives, okay, now there could be good, there could be good or bad motives, but here's the thing: you cannot accept these at face value. So when you start to look at, if you start to look at a person that says, "Hey, man, I'm helping you out, man. I'm gonna help you out," right? Now I had this just happen with a Virgo. So the Virgo was telling me like, "Yo, I'm gonna hit your hand, bro. I got you, bro." And I'm thinking like, okay, his brother passed away. His brother's a Scorpio, and now this is a old, like this is considered like a OG, older person. And he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna hit your hand, bro. Don't worry, I got you, man. I'm gonna look out for you." Now, when you hear that, what does that sound like to y'all, right? As I tell you guys how much he gave me. Now, he got back, wasn't that much. He got like 10 grand back, right? Okay. Now, that ain't a whole lot, but it's still something. Now I'm like, yo, you could just, you ain't gotta get no hotel. You could just stay, I got a guest room you could sleep in, whoop de woo. And then he's like, oh, okay, cool, right? So I ran him his little errands because he's not from here. He's from Mississippi. And I'm like, yeah, I'll go, don't worry, the food or whatever. He only stayed like 3, 4 days, and it was like, then he had to come back, right? Man, so it come down to the whole, oh, I'm gonna look out for you thing, right? So he cashed at me like $1,000, right? I'm like, wait a minute. Like, bro, you didn't came one time, like the first the first time he flew in, he stayed a few days and then he left and then he came back and he stayed a few days. But it's like after me getting the food, me like, getting a little barbecue, doing the little things, I'm like, okay, I feel like he could have gave more, at least another 1,000, bro. It just to me was like, bro, you got over. You know what I'm saying? Like you got over, and it's like you talking about, oh, I'm gonna look out for you. And bro, maybe $1,000 to him is a lot. To me, it's not a lot, bro. And I felt like I kind of felt played, fam, because I'm like, I'm grateful, but I feel played because it's like, bro, I did all that shit for you while you was here. You could have got a hotel and paid more, like for each day. And I'm running you around, and I'm, for you to go get your stuff for your brother, going to his house, and uh hauling shit back and forth, spending all day with you doing this stuff. Now, going back to the drawing board, this could have all been avoided had I had this conversation with him early, before he said what he said, because by me not asking certain types of questions beforehand, hey man, well, how much you thinking about giving me? If he would have said 1,000, I would be like, man, you could keep that, bro. You could keep that, bro. To me, because it's like, I was so upset with myself, not so much of him, because I'm like, bro, I should have sat there and asked this man how much he was talking about. Because for me, I feel like he was being cheap. See, and a lot of times, when you're dealing with Virgo, sometimes, and some Virgo can be penny pincher to a point where it's like, like even when we went out to eat, we went to Texas Roadhouse, bro. He was like, "Oh, I'll treat everybody." Cause I'll treat everybody, to a steak dinner, whatever they want to get, whatever. And then when like I ordered, like he offered to pay. So I'm like, okay, I'm thinking if you offer to pay, we all could just get what we finna eat, right? I'm like, I could say if I'm ordering desserts and like all kind of crazy extra stuff, but I ordered a full slab of ribs, right? And it was like baked potato and some other stuff. So he asked me the question, but he asked me the question in a weird way. I don't know if y'all ever got that feeling somebody asks you a question and it just feels off. Why did they ask me that type of feeling? And he's like, "Oh, so you got the full slab." He was like, how much was that?" I said, "Man, it was like what, like 28 dollars or something like that." He said, $28. I said, "Yeah." And in my mind, I started getting upset because I'm like, bro, you sat here and told everybody, get what you want, that you treating, right? So he like, yeah. And then the little dude that was taking our orders and shit, the little waiter dude or whatever, he came over there. He's like, yeah, he really, really working today. He's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna give him a good tip. He's like, I got you, bro. I'm gonna hit your hand and give you a real good tip, bro. And then, next thing you know, came time for him to get the tip. I like was, I was side eyeing him like a little dog, looking at the receipt as he was filling it out. And this man gave the damn dude a damn $20 tip, bro. I'm like, that wasn't no real good tip to me. I'm like, bro, give him another dub, bro, at least. I'm like, bro was really, attentive. And I'm like, dang. But it was just he gave him $20, but he made it sound like more than it's just the way people use their words, bro. He's like, I got you, bro. I'm a, I'm gonna look out for you. You know? And it's like, okay, you get 10, now you sitting here. I'm like, nah, bro. But that just goes to show you everybody has their own way of what a whole lot, whatever that consists of, As you hear it, you gotta hear it twice with questions like, well, how much are we talking? See, because if you never have that conversation, a person they're going to be on their best behavior just to get their foot in the door for them first few days. But when they fly back to where they came from, oh, they might only think about giving you a few, maybe 100 or two. And it's like, damn, I just felt kind of like played, fam. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I felt like, I feel like he could have felt like he could have given 1,000 more, bro. Because, bro, to me, I already, pocket watch. I had already figured out what he got back from the whole situation. To me, it looked like he got over. You see, you got what? Even after giving everybody, a piece of, some of the money, because that was what his brother had put in his little, his cremation and his little like little will thing of to give this person this amount, this person and this person, this person. But he didn't get a whole full policy, but he had like money in his bank account. So it was like whatever was rationed out from that, he pocketed probably like 6 grand out of that, and then shit gave me and then my relatives, some. So it was just like weird, like, well, and I just said, okay, I'm grateful, whatever. But it's just like it be showing you how you would do somebody if you were to say those same words. It's like if I'm really telling you, I got you, I'm gonna hit your hand, and I'm only giving you a certain nah, bro. Because to me it's like, bro, you still, even if you would have given that amount, you still would have been good. You still would have had about 44.5, you still would have been straight. So it's just like we all see stuff different, but then at the same time, bro, you gotta set even stronger boundaries because like you stayed at my house for like 4 days for within 1 month. It's like, damn, you were already here for several days and now you came back. I had to pick you up from the airport twice. Come on now. But it's just like little stuff like that. Now, let me see. You said, wait, Ray, you said, don't you have work? Who has work? No, see me, I work third shift. So like I'm always up at night. I only sleep during the day. But yeah, when it's night, like me, I woke up, I woke up at like 9 o'clock. No, I woke up at 8 o'clock PM. So like I changed my sleep schedule because I was just like, I just like working at nighttime when the traffic ain't really nobody out there driving around. And I just do that and it just works best for me. Um, let me see. Yeah, so another thing is okay, so when you and the thing I'm gonna tell you why people are blindsided by the illusion so much is because they don't, it's like they don't do the investigation, if that makes sense. It's like when you first meet someone, no one really sits there and investigates and says, oh yeah, I want to know if this person has an illusion, and what is their deal? What's the facade? Because even if you, let's say you're the type of person where let's say you one of the type of people that, oh, I don't care about that. Okay, boom. Which is okay, your opinion. You have, and you're entitled to your opinion. And the thing is, do you think that you will still get someone else's, truth? It's like, okay, do you still think they'll just be honest with you and candid about who they are and what they want? The answer is no. See, it's like you can't escape this, bro. With nobody, you cannot escape this. It's like we are already born into the world that is an illusion. See, because if we are living, if we're living in the world, it's like think about what's on the outside of the world. See, it's like, okay, well, if you look at the earth and everybody that's in it, so the truth is that is actually, life on earth. So it's like from the outside looking in, it just looks like a big, huge, um, ball type of thing. So it's like you don't you don't get to see how the ethers and everything, how it's moving in space, right? You don't get to see how everything's moving, but you're left with different signs like the sun and the moon, and their celestial bodies. So when you look at that, okay, if I were to get there, it would be a different story of that experience. See, if I was to even get that far. But it's like, that's why I'm trying to tell you life is an illusion because it's so much going on around us that we can't even see it, bro. Like that, let that sink in, fam. So much going around you that you can't even see it, bro. And you have to know it, bro. You can't feel it. You gotta know it. Okay, there's much more going on. This is not just what's in front of me, what's around, this not that simple, fam. See, that's why with every illusion, it's never simple, bro. Because you could be confused at any moment and think that, oh, damn, this is how it is and this is what's going on. It's like, nah, bro. It's a lot of stuff that's already here. But what does that have to do with the truth of the matter? It's like if you look at the earth and you say, okay, there's humans on earth. Oh, there's cars. People have businesses. How, people, living whatsoever. Okay, we'll just say that. And then it's like when you are outside looking in, you don't see none of that shit, bro. So imagine if a person is on the outside looking in, they're just in space or just looking and they're like, oh, damn, so hey, this situation looks like a ball, but damn, don't see all the people in it and all the land and all the stuff. It's like, damn, so until you get close to it, that's only when you start seeing something different, bro. That's why I'm like, once you go through the illusion, or once you fall for the illusion, that's when things change. That's when you start to see the real situation, in its core. You start to see the real situation that's at hand. And then it blows your mind because you're like, damn, I didn't even know this shit existed. I didn't even know that all this was going on because I didn't see it. See, I didn't even see it at first. All I saw was the outer layer. That's how the illusion is. People literally introduce you to the illusion. You think you meeting them, you meeting their illusion. And this is what you have to remember, bro. When you're met with their illusion, this is the craziest part. When you meet people, when you meet people, people's illusions, okay? The craziest thing is the illusion is their representative, bro. That's why I'm trying to tell you. The illusion is their representative. So here, it's almost like this person is going to be on their best behavior because they realize, oh, damn, nice to meet you. My name is such and such. And you shake their hand. It's like, okay. But when you shake their hand, here's the thing. It's not their reality, bro. Cold-blooded, bro. That's the scariest truth of the whole matter. Is it's not even their reality, bro. When you meet a person and shake their hand, that is their illusion, bro. Whatever you see in that moment, that's their illusion. That doesn't mean that, oh, that's the real them. That doesn't mean that they're telling you the truth. No, because I'm gonna tell you, meeting the representative is just like going to a hotel to be checked in, fam, and you trying to get a room. Just because the person is just because the person is like, how are you doing, sir? How's your day going? Oh yeah, got it. What would you like? They being all accommodating and everything, but that's how the illusion is, bro. The illusion is very accommodating, very inviting, very friendly, and you read into that thinking, oh, this is good customer service. Oh yeah, just a mask, bro. Just a mask. Just a mask. Because what does the mask do? It captivates your attention and it keeps you from questioning it, bro. That's why they said the person that goes to school, he could be so smart. He could have a high IQ. He could be one of the best basketball players, senior varsity team, championship after championship. And guess what? He can also be a gangster. He could be a killer. He can have 8 bodies under his belt. Nobody knows about it. Nobody knows about it. Illusion. He only showed people the school side, but you never got to see his other side. See, if somebody be something completely different off to themselves, and only certain people see it that, oh, when you mention a person, they know him for different reasons. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So here's the thing. The representative is the version of themselves that they consciously present, bro. And what makes it so easy for them to do so? The pattern. The pattern. The pattern makes it easy for them to do this. They've been doing it their whole life. That's why it sounds so good. That's why it sounds, oh, at first it felt as though it was scripted. Now it sounds like, oh, well, man, they must really be like this. Oh, they must really be friendly like this. No, they're not, bro. I'm telling you. The thing is, anytime it sounds so good to be true, it's because it is. The thing is, why do you think you're met with the representative? The person is what? Introducing you to their illusion. See, they're doing this because they're trying to be on what? Their best behavior towards you. See, hoping that you will see it and not question it. So here, they're on their best behavior. They're telling you the best stories. They're giving you their best image. they're giving you their best intentions. See, and the thing is, it's not even always fake. Sometimes if hey, sometimes it's genuine. Sometimes, yeah, this is who they are, right? But it's usually incomplete, bro. Oh, I appreciate you coming out, Helene. Appreciate that. Thank you for the gifts or whatnot. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't. Appreciate you coming out. Let me see. Cable Dog said he's in his car. Well, yeah, I'm in my car because I probably once the morning time comes, I'm probably gonna go back to work. If I'm not tired. Yeah, the mask is cunning. True Gemini is too deep. That's why I say nobody talks about this enough, and it's like you wonder why, because it's something that we face on a day to day, and it's like when you meet people. Let's say someone holds the door open for you, you start to be helped by someone. It's like you wonder if these people are really like that. It's like, oh, are you really this chivalrous or this, or are you really a really good person that I'm seeing right now? Hold the door open for me, look out and buy these things and do, it's just everything's questionable, bro. And here's the thing. You got to ask yourself, why are they doing this? What is their goal? What are they trying to obtain? And I'm going to tell you what it is. Your trust. Cold-blooded, bro. They are hunting down your trust, because if they get that trust, that seals the deal. Now, people don't immediately reveal their fears, their insecurities, their selfishness, their anger, their weaknesses. But this is all the definite, like I say, the defiance of who they are. See, when you show these things, I'm gonna tell you how it's done. You must be somewhat vulnerable. See, so here, why do you think people would rather show you the more polished version of themselves? Because of the illusion, bro. Why do you think people want to be? They want to look their best. They want to sound their best. They want to give you all the best old stories. And what are they trying to prepare you for? See, but here's the thing: what we must go by reality and its truth is that trust is only you can only get trust by earning it. See, and they cannot decide when it's given. That's why I keep saying, bro, trust hasn't been earned yet. So why do you think you could give me or introduce me to the more polished version of yourself? Oh, I don't have to see all the good stuff. I want to know the weaknesses. I want to know the slip ups. I want to know the insecurities. I want to know your fears. I want to know these things because that's the real you. See, it's what you can't see, which is the truth. Now, until I see the truth is when you get the trust. See, until I see the truth, that's when you get the trust. So here, you have to watch out for the illusion. Now, don't get it twisted. I'm gonna tell you why this is so confusing. Because the illusion isn't necessarily a lie, but the illusion is believing that the first version is the whole person. That's what you gotta watch out for. See, and that's what's very tricky nowadays. Is then you meet the first person, the first version, and you just trust that alone and think that's the whole person, bro. And all this other stuff you don't even see it coming. See, for instance, a person tells you, "Oh, I'm always honest." See, that's like you. That's a bold statement. Oh, I'm always honest. See, so when you do this, months later, you discover that they only tell the truth when it's convenient. See how, see how they just spent that off and just done that so well. And it's like, see, with time, When time surpasses, that's when you begin to find out its truth, bro. So that's why I'm saying when you discover the truth, that's why you can't use words to define yourself, bro. You can only use actions because your actions, what does that result in? What does that show you? Your actions is the pattern. See, there must be a pattern to define you, bro. That's something you do every day because practice made perfect. So if you play ball and you shoot a basketball on a hoop and you do this every day, that means you're a good basketball player, right? Oh, you know how to hoop and you're good at it because this is you. You do this every day. There's a pattern of you doing this every single day. So you are a hooper. See? But how would you know that if a person just simply told you, I hoop every day, but they don't hoop every day? See how they just lied that fast? Man, I hoop every day, man. I make this around, I make all this type of money, and yeah, man, I don't never lose. And I always get this, and I get all the holes. And it's like Monday through Friday, you ain't even talking to no females. You ain't even doing half the shit you're talking about. Words ain't adding up to the pattern. Actions, which means it's a lie, bro. And most people fall for what people say, bro, without what? Questioning it first, bro, whether it's true or not. Always get the facts first before you trust first, bro. See, you need the facts. You need the facts. You need the facts first before you trust first, because that, like I say, you don't want to, you give the, if you, once you trust a person, put it to you like this, that's when they can betray you. That's when they can hurt you. That's when things can go downhill. Now, what you want to do is get the facts first. And then secondly, that's when the trust exchange, see, happens. Not because you should be paranoid, but because the trust is strongest when it's built on evidence, not assumptions, bro. Because you have, hey, when you're assuming things, that means you really don't know. So here, the problem is that people do it backwards. So when you first meet a person, it's almost like reality sits with them. See, as they get to know you and as you get to know them, it's almost like they're putting the truth on the back burner, their truth, the real them. See, so now who are you really meeting? The representative, the illusion. Then here comes the mask. See, now when you look at the illusion and the mask, I'm gonna tell you something. Why is it that the illusion is first? It's always first, bro. It's almost like the mask is second. Now, the illusion in the mask, I'm gonna tell you, because people want two things at the same damn time, bro. They want two things at once from you, meaning to be accepted and to protect themselves. Cold blooded, bro. See, remember I said it's like propaganda, a person trying to show you something. That, hey man, they hype up a situation. Oh yeah, man, it's the best. You should get it. Whoop de whoop. And yeah, it sound good. Why does it sound good first? That was done to get your attention, to keep it there, to keep your attention. That's why it sounds so jazzy and so slick and so, oh, you almost feel like, oh, I should do it just based off of that alone. So the problem is they haven't even shown you everything. See? So here, because they haven't shown you everything, you've only met the illusion, meaning they're representative, but now they show the version that what gets approval. So now the mask is shown. The mask isn't always evil though, but this is the problem. Sometimes the mask hides the bad shit, bro. The shit about the person that they don't want you to know. So the mask means that sometimes the confidence hides that person's insecurity. Sometimes the strength of that person hides their fears. Sometimes the kindness hides the resentment, and the success hides the struggle. So here, people only show you what works. See, not always what's real. See, the thing about it is when the illusion, when you're approaching and you're introduced to the illusion happens when we mistake the mask for the whole person. When you mistake the mask for the whole person, you think that, oh, this is who you really are. See? Now what does this do? This allows you to be hit from all different directions. You begin to get hit by charm, beauty, confidence, and intelligence, bro. All of which can captivate your attention, bro, and stop you from thinking, stop you from questioning. See, so when you look at why do people wear masks in the first place? See, this is how they feel. Oh, if you see the real me, then you might leave. See how see how they try to cut off the ending of the cycle? You see how, remember, they try to take your reasoning away from you by deciding and choosing what you want to do, stay or leave, accept or deny. So, oh, you're trying to take my choice away from me. That's why I'm trying to tell you the mask is there to keep the influence, get you to accept, see, and get you to trust, bro. Because at that moment, glance, you will not be deciding anything. See, because the person is simply controlling you and using the whole situation to protect themselves in it. Now, here's another thing. People wear masks because they fear rejection. So if they if they fear that, hey, you knowing the real them, they know that you might leave, bro. See, desire for approval. I want them to, I want this person to like me. See, because that allows the person to have more of an influence on you. And see, the need for control is the next one, to the point where, hey, I want to influence how they see me because of the deception. So here, it's all about survival. Now, the crazy thing about it is, oh, I've learned it's safer not to show everything. Oh, I wonder why. See, because it protects their ego, bro. And that's what people don't even see. That's hiding from you the whole damn time. The thing about it is why do people believe the illusion? Because the illusion usually gives us something we want, bro. Going back to something that captivates your attention and refuses to let go. So the illusion usually gives us something that we want. That's why we agree. See, before we find out everything. So here, if we want hope, it shows us that. If we want love, it shows us that. If we want validation, it shows us that. If we want security, it shows us that. If we want certainty, it shows us that. So what does this mean? Desire helps the illusion survive, bro. Bro, that's why your desires have to be questioned first, bro. See, because your desires is what is on the inside. And it's like, oh, I really want this. Oh, I really need this. Hey, I've been waiting on something like this. And you might want company. You might feel lonely. And you might say, damn, this person is willing to listen to you, vent about things and talk about things. Now you think you got a friend and you don't. It's just stuff that really could put you in a more worse, a worse state of mind. But sometimes you just going by, whatever whatever this person is doing to make you feel good, you start to trust it. And that's how it gets you every time. You think it's real. See, so you're like, oh shit, this person listens to me talk and I can vent and this person, picks me up every day for takes me to work, and then you start trusting them, bro. And the thing about it is when that mask slips, you're not even ready for it. Because you already believe what they showed you. See, the thing is, when the mask slips, the pressure increases, the comfort increases, the power increases, and the consequences decrease. So here, eventually, when you start to maintain, the performance becomes harder than being authentic, bro. So that's why I tell people it's not the mask that's the lie. The lie is believing that the mask is the whole person. See how you believing that this is everything and you thinking you getting everything when you meet somebody is the is the enemy, bro. When you literally look at a person and the first thing you see in them is just like the mouse when he saw the cheese. See? It's like he didn't think he saw something he desired. And what he desired outweighed the trap, bro. Do you know there's so many people that have done things? I know a dude right now, bro. He, bro, the man got HIV, bro. He just found out he has HIV, bro. And he said he didn't have no symptoms. He didn't have no symptoms whatsoever. And he just went and got his little 6 month, annual checkup and finds out he has HIV, bro. Now he didn't want to mention how he caught it. He didn't want to talk about it. And then he said, "Oh, I know who did it. I know exactly who may have, given me this." And I looked at him like, "What?" And I'm like, "What do you mean you know who gave it to you?" And he's like, "Oh, I just know. I just have a feeling. I just know who's, I know the person that did it." I'm like, "Wait a minute. What would have made you do something and now you're in a regretful, state of mind?" And that's my point exactly. You only did something because you had some desires. See, but your desires landed you in a what clinic, and now you got HIV. You became a victim to something because of your desires. Now you're questioning everything that you should have done first. Now you're saying, "Oh, I know who could have. Oh, I had it. Oh, this person did get a checkup." Oh, now you're asking all the questions. Now you're doing everything that you should have done first. So you can't escape it. That's what I'm trying to tell everybody. You can't escape it. If you don't do it first, you do it later. Once it's too late, you do it. You do it after it's too late. You're questioning it. "Oh yeah, I don't know if I should. Yeah, this wasn't the way." And "Oh, now I need to be careful after the fact." See, now when you reveal more about a person than they're willing to offer, they don't want to stick around now. But as long as you're in the dark, oh, you're their best friend, bro. You're the best friend as long as we in the dark, "Oh yeah, you're my homie, man. You're my friend. Oh, that person loves you so much." Because why? Deception hides in darkness, bro. It lives there. See? And people don't know that deception lives in darkness, but a lot of people don't they don't understand this enough because it's not like a literal like darkness, okay? What I mean by darkness is ignorance, assumptions, unasked questions, hidden motives, unexamined beliefs. So here's the thing: when you start to look at deception in itself, deception needs a place where it won't be challenged, bro. That's what I mean by darkness, bro. It needs a place where it won't be challenged. See? So when you look at the light is the facts. The light is the reality of the situation, the truth. The light is the evidence. The light is the observation. The light is the time. The light is the questions. See? So the moment that the light enters in, deception has to work harder, bro. Has to work even harder, bro. Because the light reveals the truth, bro. Now, if a person says, "Hey man, you should trust me," should you? See? No, you shouldn't, right? Because that's darkness. Is darkness if nobody asks why. So if someone says, "Hey man, trust me, man, trust me. I know what I'm doing." Once you're met with that darkness, you're supposed to say why. See how I must reinforce and say it again. Why should I trust you? See, because what does the light say? Show me. See? And then the person says, "Oh, I'm loyal." Then the light says, "Well, let's watch the pattern. Let's see the action. Let's watch the movie." Because we got to see the facts. We have to see the facts, not so much know the facts. See, it's a difference from seeing somebody do something every day and you believe it. That's better than somebody telling you, "Oh, what I do every day," and not showing you. So it's like, oh, yeah, you see the person every day go for a jog, and now they're trying to tell you how to eat right and what you should do to work out. Well, that person would be a lot more trustworthy than a person just simply telling you some shit that you didn't see them do. So that's why I'm trying to tell you guys it's easier. When a person says, "I love you," and then the light says, "Oh, do your actions agree?" See? So that's why deception in itself, it hates the light. So the light in itself creates accountability, and darkness, the claims are enough. Okay. So in light, claims need proof. So the truth is not scared of an investigation. It's like, come on, yeah, if you want to investigate, go right ahead. See? So that's why I say that. Now, when you look at a mask, which is different, because the mask actually can survive in low light. Because if there's not enough truth, then things can change. So that's why you got to have more than truth to do this. Because if there's not enough truth, if there's not enough observation, if there's not enough questioning, then the mask can survive in the low light. That's why when you meet somebody and they are not who they say they are, why do you think most people tolerate it? Why do you think most people still trust it? And then they get snaked out later by that same person because of the facade. The facade, the person wearing the mask, bro. That's Scorpio, bro. To the point where, oh, you don't really know my intentions because you're so busy, what? Captivated by my facial expressions and mannerisms. Not knowing that I'm going to use such and such as a weapon. See, you don't even see this person as dangerous because you're captivated by the mask. See, now, if one day a contradiction appears, then a pattern emerges, then a motive is exposed. Because in your actions is the motives. That's where the motives live, in your actions. See? So everybody knows what you want because the mask slips, bro. Because you cannot do something that's not you every single day and say that it's you. Because it's not. It's not reality. It's not realistic. And it's not the facts. See? So there, it's not that the truth changed, it's because the light got brighter. See, the more things of the light that you have available to you and you actually use them, then the illusion in the mask can't survive. See? So cause I say this because deception, it doesn't fear hate, okay? Deception fears exposure. So when you use enough light and it exposes everything, what's left? The truth. See? Because I'm gonna tell you, who what can survive? What can survive the questions? The truth. See, if you know you didn't do something, you should have you're not gonna be afraid of an investigation. I didn't do anything wrong. Oh yeah, go ahead. Feel free. Ask me questions. I want to know. What's the questions? But when you don't want any questions and you fear that investigation, it's guilt. See? It means, oh, I've been deceptive. See? So here, the truth can survive questions. A lie depends on avoiding them. If you ever want to find out if somebody's lying to you or not, question them, bro. By the third question, they're gonna crash out, spaz out, leave, get frustrated because, bro, liars do not like questions, bro. Why is that? Because liars is considered what? To live in the dark, in darkness. Light exposes them. Because of that exposure reveals the truth. Because if they were telling the truth, they would be able to survive the investigation. So here, when you look at darkness, it doesn't create deception alone by itself. It protects it. See? And the thing is, as long as you can't see it, you just accept it, bro. It's cold blooded. If you can't see it, you just go along with it. You just accept it. Not because, not because they tricked you. See, sometimes people think, oh, I'm the victim. And they tricked me. They scammed me. They did this to me. No, not always. You didn't question it. So it's almost like because you didn't question it, you allowed it. See? You allowed that person to get away with something because you didn't question it. Now, let's say whatever is real gets clear in the light. Okay. It gets clear in the light. What is false, it ends up falling apart in the light. See that? Now, here, that means that that of which is in the dark, if it collapses in the light, that lets you know a lot. What you can't see can hurt you. See, it's like if you put the very thing that can hurt you, which you let's say, oh, what you can't see can hurt you. What you can't see, all right? And it's like, oh, flip it around and look at something. If you were able to see the very thing that if you put it to you like this, what you can't see can hurt you. But if it was on the other, if the shoe was on the other foot, it's like, yo, if that literally situation was different, it couldn't hurt you if you could see it, bro. It's like, cause think about it. You recognize it for what it is. It's in the light. You know the facts, and now that's not a situation can't hurt you. See, because it's like, oh, I know what I'm dealing with. I know the real truth about the situation or person. So that's why I said that. Now, another thing is, see, deception lives in darkness, bro. It has to find a home in darkness, in the darkness. Never forget this. And I'm gonna tell you, because the truth doesn't need a hiding place, bro. See, the truth doesn't have to be like, when someone's telling the truth and they're really being who they are, bro. They're not trying to hide from nobody. They're not trying to, oh yeah, man, cut the light off, bro. Nope. They're not even looking to hide from anyone or anything, because, oh, hey, this is me. I'm being authentic. But oh, if it's deception, that person don't want to be around nobody. That person don't want to be in any situation where they could possibly be asked, different questions, because they don't want that light on them, bro. They don't. See? So here, that's why I said that. Now, when you look at clarity, boundaries, and let me see, and the facade, bro. Okay, because to me, when you look at all of this and how it all has to do with deception. Okay, now I'm gonna tell you, because a lot of time I tell you, when a lot of times when you, that's why I say we live in a world where deception cannot survive on its own. Okay. Now, everything which I just mentioned is a puzzle piece. See, because you must have all the puzzle pieces to know exactly what you're dealing with. Because if you was to just look at just deception by itself, oh, that can't harm you. See, but here's what it needs in order to harm you. It needs a facade. See, the facade is the image of someone that wants you to see what they show you. See, they want you to see that, hey, I'm always honest. Oh, I'm always the victim. Oh, I'm doing this for you. I'm really looking out for you. This is not about me. I'm not getting anything out of this. This is for you. See? And then, oh, I would never do that to you. I'm your best friend. Oh, I would never, I'm never this type of person that you think I am. So they play this facade thing, and what we call this is playing boo boo the fool, bro. But it's all hidden. It's covering up. It's covering up the deception. See, that's how the deception is like the very thing that slips through the needle. It's like you don't see once you get a shot, but everything that's injected into you is the deception. The deception is injected into you, but then you're hit with the needle first. The needle first is what? The facade. So here, this is the only way that the person can get close up on you. See? So here, the facade isn't necessarily the truth. It's the presentation, bro. Remember, the presentation, what does it do? It's made there to get everybody's attention. It is the center stage, the spotlight, bro. You don't know who's going to show up on stage because you're captivated by the presentation. That throws you off to where, okay, who is this performing? Nobody's questioning it because they're all what? They're captivated. They're frozen in time to where they're into the show. They're not even they don't give a damn about the artist, bro. They could give a rat's ass if the artist is a Satanist, bro, to the point where all these things matter, bro. All these things that what you don't know can hurt you, bro. So here, when you look at this presentation, bro, the facade is like the manager of perception, bro. It simply manages perception. Now, whose perception? Yours. And you don't know that yours is on a chopping block, bro. So here, the facade is managing the perception. That's what his whole objective is, bro. Now, that ain't dangerous. Now, here's the problem. Deception hides behind the facade. And see, if people accept the facade without questioning it first, then the deception has the room to operate, bro. And that is the same thing that manipulates you, bro, in the worst way because it sneaks in the door. It comes in the door. Oh, hi, my name is Friendly, Friendly, Friendly. I got cookies for everyone. And you end up trusting the first thing you're met with, that facade, bro. Then the deception sneaks in. As soon as the deception sneaks in, now you're hit with that. As soon as it sneaks in, now you're hit with that huge lie. And notice now the person is not the same way that they first entered in as, bro. Now you realize the different changes because all they did all of that shit for was to get their foot in the door, bro, with you. So here, sometimes it's hiding the motives. That's why a person would use this. Hiding intentions, hiding patterns, hiding inconvenient truths. Why would they do this to hide the pattern, to keep you from noticing it? Because you got to know, a person doesn't want the cycle to stop. They want the cycle to repeat itself. So here, what closes the gap, bro? All in all. Because deception survives when appearance is mistaken for reality, bro. But the clarity exposes the gap. That's why you have to know what you're faced with when it happens the first time you meet somebody, bro. You see, when you first meet somebody, you got to know that you're met with the facade. See, to not be affected by the deception behind it. Because what? What you going to do? You're going to question it first. You're not going to let it in and get his foot in the door and get close to you. You just ask questions because you're not giving anything away of you concerning you because you don't trust the person. And you're not supposed to trust them off the first interaction, bro. It's cold-blooded. If you meet a snake for the first time and you don't even know it's a snake, and you're like, hey, buddy. Oh, what's up, man? Oh, yeah, I'm a snake. Oh, yeah. Oh, so you're a snake? Oh, man, nice to meet you, bro. Hey, man, hey, is there, you know where I can get some fresh eggs from, man? I know you be knowing where the chickens are. But, man, you think I can get some good eggs at, bro? Oh, and you think the snake is your goddamn friend and that bubbly and that friendly, bro, just because it drew the facade? It got this facade going. You really think it's such a good, oh, he's just a snake, but he's so friendly. Bro, it ain't never that sweet, bro. It's never that easy, bro. It is not that easy finding somebody so friendly like that and to really mean it and really be like that because you haven't even seen any consistency. You haven't even seen on a day to day. Oh, is this really? Am I really seeing what I'm seeing? you're not even questioning it to find out the truth, the facts, the light. See, so that's why I'm trying to say, like, bro, when you when you have clarity, the clarity exposes the gap. See, so here you're able to see the patterns, the time, the questions, the facts, and then you begin to work your observation. So the clarity will simply tell you what questions to ask and how to ask them. See, so here clarity asks, does the image match the behavior? See, when you say you gotta, that's what I meant earlier when I said you have to compare. Does the image match the behavior? See, so here that's where many facades begin to crack because of the mismatch. Behavior does not match the image, bro. See how? That's why I said the pattern, bro, is everything, bro. The pattern shows you the person's motives, bro, and intentions, bro. If you don't question, this is the worst thing you could ever do. If you don't think about it, it can hurt you, bro. And why? The very thing, without boundaries, people can pressure you to ignore what you see. It's cold blooded, bro. Without boundaries, people can pressure you to ignore what you see. That's why when you see something, bro, it's for you. See, it's for you. It's not for you to pass it around and ask other people and bounce it off to them. What do you think about Ryan? What do you think about Susie? What do you think about Ray? What do you think? That was for you to know, not for you to pass it around to other people. It was for you. So here, when you start to ignore red flags, see, because you don't want to lose a friend, these are the different examples of which I mean with the boundaries protecting clarity. Okay, so when you don't use boundaries, this is what happens. Accepting excuses repeatedly because giving a person another chance only increases what? Mistakes, betrayals, deception. See, to the point where when you allow this behavior and that same behavior ends up contradicting the words, bro, of which they told you. That's why you got to compare them because here, if you were to set the boundary, what would this begin to say to them, right? I would not ignore what? I would not ignore reality to preserve an illusion, bro. The thing about illusions is that people oftentimes become entertained by them, bro. They start to, realize that, hey, this is just an illusion. So that means you know something's off. You know something feels off, but you ignore it. See? And that's why I'm telling you now to not ignore it because you got to go with what reality says. Okay. Yeah, definitely. True Gemini, definitely. Why you say Super Earth said her Pisces dad is a bully? Why is that? Billy Ocean said exactly now I know how to deal. Who you talking about? Uh, but no, I say this because with this being said, this will be considered the whole cycle, man. Okay. And I'm gonna tell you one more time because the cycle is the storm, bro. A facade creates an image. See? Deception hides behind the image. Clarity reveals the truth. Boundaries keep you from being pulled back into the illusion. See, because if you say no, you have to stand on no. But if you don't stand on no, you're being pulled back to the illusion. So that lets you know that the illusion is a mirror. See, the illusion is a mirror, and the crazy thing is, just because you get past it doesn't mean you can escape from it, bro. Because the whole the whole thing is that it doesn't show you the other person, bro. See, just because it's there, it doesn't show you the other person. You walk through it thinking that you've gotten somewhere, and you've been what? It's almost like you being detoured towards something else that you didn't even know was there. So here, it reflects you. It reflects you. See, if you go into the illusion, it only reflects you. You don't even see the other person. You don't even see the other person, but you thought you met them first. The reason why you do not see the other person when you fall for the illusion is because you've already believed the lie, bro. You already fell for the facade, bro. You already believed in the very thing they showed you. You went along with it. That's why I said once you fall for the illusion, you're cooked, because now if you go so far into it thinking you really know something and you don't, this is insanity at this point. So if you really look at the mirror, meaning the illusion reflecting you, now your hopes, your fears, your desires, your wounds, your expectations, this is all it's showing you, bringing you right back to yourself, bro. Because everything starts with you. Whether you trust someone, you do all your actions, everything up front always goes back to you. See? So here, let's say two people meet the same person. One person sees the person as their soulmate, the other person sees them as a walking red flag. So here, all in all, the person is the same. But why is the reflection different? See? Why is that? Because each person is seeing part of themselves in the image, bro. Cold-blooded. See, you wouldn't go along with something unless it defined you. Going back to the desires, bro. That's why you got to make sure you got the right desires in this life. Your detriment that keeps you from excelling into your purpose usually happens because of your desires, bro. You could be led by your desires and simply not making decisions in life, but think you are. Your desires could be pulling you in different directions in your life, leading you constantly astray, getting you into all types of sorts of troubles that you didn't sign up for, just because your desires. So here, the mirror effect, when you're lonely, the illusion reflects companionship. Something that you desire on the inside is what you see in the illusion. That's why you accept it before questioning it. And then you think it's them, but it's really you. That's what I'm trying to say. You gotta watch out because the illusion is the mirror, bro. I could break this down so many different ways, bro, to get people to understand it from different perspectives, because most people don't see that the illusion ain't nothing but you. But you gotta know the difference, bro. You gotta know that, hey, yeah, it's me, but this ain't got nothing to do with the person. This ain't got nothing to do with them. That's why you got to, bro. See, I'm gonna tell you, when you're desperate, the illusion reflects hope. When you're insecure, the illusions reflect validation. When you're fearful, the illusion reflects danger. That's why illusions can feel so real, bro. It's a reason why your emotions are drawn first to it. See, you feel it first. You feel. See, the thing is, when you look at an illusion, you could feel that it's there, bro. But why you don't trust what you feel? Why you don't trust what you feel? Because it feels real. That's why you just go along with, oh yeah, it feels so real, it feels so true. I feel like I'm safe. See, you don't question it because you feel safe. So here, it's because the illusion is made from half and half. It's made from half of reality and it's a part of us, 50-50. See, we merge to it because, oh, it feels like that's our other half. So here, this, I'm going to tell you the dangerous part to this. People think they're seeing the other person when they're seeing themselves. It's cold-blooded, bro. That's why I say you get brought to your demise for your lack of knowledge, bro. Just because you do not question things, you do not find answers, bro. The mouse goes into the situation because he simply doesn't think. That's why I say, like, think about this. The mouse is so freaking arrogant and just it's like he's so arrogant because look, oh well, yeah, you're so fast, man. Yeah, man, nobody can hardly catch you in every. But why did you get caught when somebody set a trap? They were able to catch you, bro. So you're not as fast as you think you are. What changed that up? How do you get caught on a mousetrap and you're supposed to be the fastest one in the room? Then you let the mouse speak and he says, well, I'm just hungry, man. I don't give a damn about traps and shit. Hey, if I see something, I'm gonna go for it. How many humans think just like the mouse? Hey man, I'm a party and just do what the hell I want to do, man. I don't give a damn about no goddamn trap, going to jail, none of this stuff, man. I'm gonna live my life. Tomorrow ain't promised. Okay, well, hey man, I guess. Hey, I guess if you want to just go out like that, then hey, do what you gotta do, then, man. I guess if that's how you want to go out, you want to go out with a bang, then hey, I get it, bro. But we all ain't the same. We don't come from the same cloth, bro. So here, sometimes you're just seeing your own projections, bro. And that's why you think you're seeing the other person in the illusion. That's why I said, like, you got to be careful with this because that's dangerous that you're projecting onto the illusion that, oh, I really see myself within this person. No shit. You see yourself in the illusion because it's a reflection of you. Of course you don't know the other person. You're looking in the mirror when you're met with the illusion. That's why I be telling people, you can't see, you think you seeing me, but you seeing yourself. And you're projecting onto the illusion of why you feel that way. But you can't project when you do the shit that you're projecting. Come on, man. That's why I say people literally can't even take their own poison, bro. Like you literally are taken out by your own move, your own bullshit, bro. You can't handle your own bullshit. So what makes you think you could literally Get past that and survive that, bro. When you gotta end that cycle first. See, you gotta end that cycle first. So here, the only way you're able to shatter and break the mirror, bro, into pieces, the only way to break the mirror is through clarity, bro. Clarity allows you to see through the illusion of which projects from you to it. See, to allow you to see right through it and know, okay, I'm not falling for that. I'm not falling for the illusion, because when you meet somebody for the first time and they shake your hand, hey, how you doing? Oh, yeah, my name is such and such. Why are they being so friendly? Because why are you being so friendly? That's how you know you doing the same thing they're doing to convince each other that, hey, I'm friendly, you should trust me. Oh, I'm friendly, you should trust me. You got to shatter the illusion by knowing that, hey, I don't give a damn about you being friendly. I'm still gonna question you. I'm still gonna find out whether you really like that or not. That doesn't what? That doesn't bounce back, because it's like, okay, well, what if you're the only one that's gonna do that? And the other person just gonna go along with it, right? So here, what are you actually seeing with the clarity? Is what's theirs and what's mine. See the separation. So here, the mirror starts turning into a window. See, once that mirror starts to turn into a window, the mirror shows you yourself. A window shows you reality. See, and that's why I tell people an illusion is a mirror, because it reflects your desires more than it reveals the truth. Now, the strongest illusions aren't built from lies, they're built from things you wanted to believe. And a mirror shows you yourself. Wisdom begins when you stop staring at your reflection, see, and start looking through the glass, bro. See, that's why I tell people the facade, the facade hooks your attention, the illusion reflects your desires, and the truth appears when the mirror breaks, bro. That's why I tell people your eyes, bro, is everything, bro. Your eyes is the window to your soul, meaning you got to find the reality, and that's separate. That illusion doesn't break. See, it doesn't break until it changes, bro. Until you change, you gotta change. You gotta stop staring at your reflection, bro. Everybody not gonna be like you, bro. Just for you to accept them, because most people want to meet people that's just like them in order for them to feel comfortable, bro. That ain't how it's gonna happen, bro. You gotta shatter that illusion, bro, because you're gonna constantly be waiting for somebody that's never gonna show up. That's why I tell people, bro. So here, when you say to yourself, for instance, if you look, say for example, what you see, what you see is an illusion often says more about you than the thing that you're looking at, bro. That's the craziest thing, because when you see the illusion, you think it's them. You think you seeing the other person, bro, and you're not. That's the most, and that's what confuses people, because they think, oh man, this is that other person. This is their behavior. This is no, bro, it's you, bro. That's why I say you are your worst enemy, bro. Because a lot of people, a lot of people don't know that when you are meeting people and stuff, you get yourself in trouble because it's not that you're evil. It's not because you're weak. It's not because, oh, nobody has access to your mind. But here's the thing. Only you have control over your own mind. See? So nobody can get access to your mind like you can. But a lot of times you are your own worst enemy, bro. So here, that's why I said your enemies can only attack from the outside. But you yourself can attack yourself from the inside. And that's worse. So here, how do we know this to be true? You can only attack yourself on the inside with what? Self-deception, excuses, denial, fears, the ego, and rationalization. Okay, so here, when you look at the illusion, most people think their biggest problem is another person, bro. Whole time is you, cold blooded. That's why you can be in a situation where you don't even find a mate. You want to be in a relationship, you want to find a mate, and now you got all these stipulations of, oh, it ain't working. I'm almost finna give up, and hey, damn, it ain't no good people out here. You will begin to look at yourself. See, start looking at yourself because, hey, it might just be you. You point the finger at everybody else, and guess what? You're projecting because you're staying in your reflection, bro. And that's the illusion. That's why I say you can have illusions that blocking you, that's literally, hey, holding defense and keeping you from getting to a meaningful relationship. So here, sometimes the biggest problem is believing what you want over what's true, bro. Always go to the truth of the matter. So here, we know this to be an inside job. Now, the red flags, for example, were there, the facts were there, the patterns were there, but the desire was stronger than the evidence. So who kept the illusion alive? Not the other person by themselves. Part of it was you too. Y'all shared it, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, you got to stop seeing that it's just the other person, bro. That right there in itself could get you in a lot of trouble in life, bro. It's when you're always blaming other people and you're literally saying, oh, this is you and this is why, and this person's fault and this person's fault and this person's fault. But you're not saying it was my fault. See? That's why I say it's an inside job. So here, part of it was you. That's why it's painful. See? Now, the mirror. Remember what I said, man. The illusion is a mirror. The mirror doesn't just reveal the deceiver. It reveals the part of us that cooperated with the deception, which means what? The loneliness, the hope, the need, the ego, the enemy within. See? So here, the most dangerous enemy is the one that sounds like your own voice, bro. It's cold-blooded. The, this is the crazy. A lot of people go to jail. They receive prison sentences, and guess who they're mad at? Themselves. But they should have already questioned themselves before they did the deeds, right? To avoid the consequences. But when you did what you did, you had to pay the consequence, bro. And you didn't know what that looked like. So why would you even risk it? Deception. See, a lot of people are mad at themselves. They end up hating themselves because, oh, I got this long, lengthy prison sentence for doing the dumb crimes that I committed. So who is the enemy? You could get played out of your position just by yourself because of what you did in that situation. You could literally, let's say a person rage baits you into a shootout. You got kids to feed. You got a 9 to 5 you got to go to every day. You got a lot to lose. And now somebody done rage baited you into a gunfight, and nearly you go in there and drop a couple people, and now you get put behind bars, and you didn't even see the trap. Whole time deception, bro. You were baited into a situation because you went into it only thinking about yourself, not thinking about, oh, my daughter, my son, and oh, this and that, and me putting food on the table and them depending on me. Then you start to betray yourself into thinking that you had to show up and do what you did. And then when you sitting with yourself, now the illusion is like, okay, now what do we do? Whole time we, you thought you had beef with this other person, and they're not even around. Cold blooded, bro. That's why I said people get played out of their positions, and a lot of times this is how you react to it. You end up doing something because of what you see. And it's just like the mouse with the bait, because, oh, you were baited into a situation, and you didn't even know it was a trap to begin with. You ain't no different than the mouse. The only difference is the bar that fell on the damn mouse neck and killed him is now you facing the bars. You ain't get the neck snap thing, but hey, it still got bars around you. You got to look at one, two, maybe 5 or 6 in your face, and hey, you might say, "Well, damn, at least I ain't go out like the mouse." That would be your ego though, because you still ain't seeing the whole point. And the crazy thing is, I always used to think that, like, damn, why would somebody risk it all for the bait? The bait was so good that it killed the person. See, and I'm gonna tell you why is that. Because you know, when you, let's say, excuse me, mm, when you look at, for instance, if you look at, if there's something that goes on that distracts you, okay, it literally flips your attention back onto something else, right? So when you look at the bait like I say, in the trap, you see, okay, which one kills them? Obviously, many of you would say the bait. Many of you would say the trap. Okay, so boom. The funny thing is, the answer is not the trap, not the trap. But what killed him was the bait. The cheese is what he saw. What he thought he saw is what killed him. It's like it's like a fat rat sitting with his belly full, right? Because he got what he wanted, right? At least it appeared that way. And then the rat is he's sitting back. Let's just say, just use your imagination for a moment. And the rat is saying, "Ooh, man, you know what, man? We had some good pizza, bro. Oh my God. Man, this is some good ass pizza. Look what I ran out and stole." And then he's asking Bob and Willie, do they want some? He's like, "Willie, you gotta come over here and get you a piece of this. It's so good." And Billy said, "Nah, man, I'm full, bro. I'm gonna go and take a nap." And then Ray says, "Oh no, I'm all right, Brody. That's all you, bro." Right? So the rat just over there eating and eating and eating. Then after 5 minutes, the rat says, you know what? Hey, Ray, wake up, Ray. Hey, after thinking about it, I have a tummy ache, bro. I'm not feeling too well. And he get to sweating and shit and, boo-booing and just, he all messed up and just come. And he starts to question what he ate. He says, after thinking about it, hey, Ray, you know that pizza I was trying to get you, I was offering you guys, it's starting to make me feel sick right now, right? And then they like, well, man, I don't know what to tell you, man. Where'd you get it from? He says, oh, I was out under, went to Pam's house, the lady with the, yeah, with the little fancy outfit, tried to chase me around with a spatula. She missed me and I kind of flew under the deck. And then I found a couple pieces of pizza that were, that's at least what it tastes like, the shit we had last week. And then, yeah, but I'm not feeling good right now. And then literally he dies. Now with Ray, they're devastated. Like, whoa, what happened, bro? I don't know, man. He offered us some pizza. We didn't take it. But yeah, man, that was the last time we heard from him. And what killed him? It was the pizza. See? Or was it? Or, or was it? He thought that it was pizza, but it was poison. It's cold blooded, bro. See, it's certain things that it don't look like nothing. It look like something you would want to eat, right? Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, man. It's just that pizza that we had last time, bro. Remember we were running around in the alley and we got a whiff of that shit that was in the back of that garbage bin. Yeah, man, that shit was so good. Ooh. Only to find out that that is not the same shit, bro. You got a hold of some damn fentanyl. No, I'm just playing. But you got a hold of some goddamn poison and didn't even know it was poison, bro. But according to him, it looked the same. He, by him just looking at the situation, he thought he was safe. He thought he thought he caught the W. He thought he made it. Didn't even know he was cooked the moment he saw it, bro. That's what I'm trying to say, bro. Like, this is not a game, bro. Because this is the thing. Without the bait, the trap has no power. It's cold blooded, bro. Everything is in the bait. Everything is in the bait. So here, the bait is whatever appeals to your weaknesses. The very thing that's hard for you to say no to, bro. So the greed, the desperation, the loneliness, the validation, the lust, the ego, the impatience. See, the trap only works because the bait is attractive, bro. And people don't notice how attractive it is until it's too late. And that's why people don't see the scam. Because a scam doesn't start off with theft. Nope. It doesn't start with theft. Scam does not start with theft, bro. What does, it starts with the bait. That's why people say easy money, because what? It was easy to get. A toxic relationship doesn't start with a heartbreak first. See, it starts with the bait. A person starts to realize, oh, you're different. Now, the illusion doesn't start with deception. See, I just explained that. It starts with the bait. So this is exactly what you've been looking for, right? And that's how they get you because it sounds good. You fall for it. So here, the mouse, the craziest thing is this one thing. The mouse isn't stupid. The mouse isn't stupid though. So how could he fall for the illusion? Because the illusion revealed his weaknesses. Cold-blooded, bro. He died from his own reflection, bro. See? Because you know why he died? You know why? Do you know why? Do you think because it was the mouse? Oh, the mouse was hungry. That's one thing that caused it. But it's even worse than that. He died because of the lesson. He died because of the lesson, bro. And here's the thing. The danger was not the cheese. Nope. The danger was the hunger. Him not controlling his freaking hunger, bro, is what killed him, bro. Being greedy. You can't eat every goddamn thing, Mr. Mouse. Because guess what? You might come across some poison that look like food. But when you eating every goddamn thing, just because you found something that looked like it reminded you of something, how many times have you done it? You did the pattern. You got comfortable and it snapped your fucking neck, bro. That's why I'm trying to tell people, like, quit playing with fire, bro, because you will get burned, bro. It's gonna happen, bro. I don't care how slick you are, how moth to a flame you are, bro. You will get burned, bro. That's just like a fly, bro. A fly flies around and thinks, oh, let me stop, bro. I go all day with this shit, bro. A fly flies around, and then you're like, okay, you grab a newspaper because you didn't had it with the whole, and then you go pop, and it's dead. So my question is, you did all of that shit, you did all that flying around and shit just to get killed, bro. So that mean you must thought you was the flyest shit that everybody ever seen, right? Obviously not. So here, when you look at the trap, the trap wasn't stronger than the mouse. See, the hunger was. So if your weakness is stronger than you, then it will get the best of you, bro, if you don't control it. It's cold-blooded. You can't stop drinking. You keep drinking. You become a alcoholic. You do not listen, you do not slow down. You keep drinking and drinking and drinking and drinking and drinking. Then all of a sudden, you get into a car and you crash. God forbid. Now your life is over. Or you ruin somebody else's life. Now your life is over because of the lesson. But you let that desire get out of hand, so that weakness was stronger than you yourself, bro. It's cold-blooded. So the mouse died because of his hunger. That was the problem. Meaning the illusion, bro. See, he couldn't get over his own illusion. He couldn't get over his illusion. That's why he died, bro. It ain't had nothing to do with the trap. Because he shouldn't have been so goddamn hungry, so goddamn greedy. See, that's why I keep trying to tell you, his greed was more than his life. It was worth much more. It was stronger than him himself. So here, most people would blame the trap. It ain't the trap, bro. Few people examine the bait. So what's left? The bait only works when it matches an unguarded desire, bro. If you can't control your desires, that's what ends up taking you out, bro. You give the trap power when you do so. So here, what almost destroyed you wasn't what was offered. See, it was what you couldn't resist, bro. It's what you couldn't resist. That's when we say, oh man, Damn, man. Oh, I really want some chocolate cake right now. And you see some chocolate cake that you want and you go for it. And this time it ain't what you thought, but this is what you want. You don't know why? Because you're willing to die for it. It's cold blooded. You're willing to die for it just to get it, bro. So what ends up, what do you get? You get exactly what you were looking for. So why are you surprised? Because you're delusional. It's cold blooded. That's why I keep telling people you only gonna keep doing the same shit that you desire, bro. And then when you finally get what you desire, you can't handle it. Cause it ain't really what you was looking for. That's why you gotta watch your desires and pay attention to within and what you really want out of life, bro. Cause life is not a game, bro. You can't pick and choose what you get out of shit that you put yourself into, bro. That's why I tell people. So when we look at, appreciate the hearts, y'all. So when we look at debate, debate almost killed the mouse because the mouse was focused on the reward. See, not the risk. See how you gotta look at something and you gotta create the distance, bro. Cause it's so close to you, it feels real. But when you take a step back, you allow yourself to see everything that's in front of it. See, everything which you was blind to because you begin to question what was in front of you. And now you're able to see clearly the risk. And the risk is not worth the reward. See, so here, the trap is outside of you. The bait speaks to something inside of you. See, so what is left? So what's left is the temptation, bro. And the thing about it is when you're dealing with the temptation is after you remove the illusion and you remove the mask and you expose the deception and you question the motives and shine the light on the facts, then what's left? Temptation. Temptation is the last straw. See, so here, the temptation was there from the beginning, and the whole time you didn't even know it was there. This is what's hiding from you the whole time, and you don't even notice it. And it's staring you right in the damn face this close, but it's invisible. See, so here, the temptation was there from the beginning. The illusion made it look safe. That's why you didn't even see it. So here, the facade made it look trustworthy. That's why you didn't question it. The bait made it look desirable. That's why you trusted it. So here, underneath all that, you got to ask yourself the one simple question. Can I resist what I want long enough to see what's true? And that's the real battle. Because when you look at temptation, it goes back to the fall of man, Adam and Eve. See, Adam, he already knew why he shouldn't have ate the forbidden fruit. But what did he not see the whole time, bro? He didn't see the temptation, bro. He was trying to resist, but his desires took over, bro, took the wheel, bro. And everybody think it's Eve's fault, bro. No, it was Adam. Listen, it was Adam's fault, bro. Adam deceived himself, bro, into thinking, he talked himself into thinking it was safe because of the illusion, bro. The illusion is why he ate the apple, bro. But people think it was Eve that tempted him, bro. No, he ain't even, listen, bro. The apple had his attention so strong, bro, that he wanted it, bro. He wanted to eat that apple, bro. After everybody told him not to eat it, bro. It made him want it even more because somebody was telling him, no, Adam, don't eat from this tree. You can eat from all these other trees, but don't eat from this one. What'd he do? He ate from it. He ate from it just to see what would happen, bro. And just like the mouse, his disobedience and his rebellion it was stronger than him, bro. That's why he ate the apple, bro. And the crazy thing is, it lets you see the whole fact that, damn, if a person can't stop doing something, it would get the best of them eventually. See, now when you look at temptation is like an offer. If I do this, what do I get out of it? See, here, temptation offers you something like knowledge, power, pleasure, love, money, validation. So the offer itself isn't always the danger. So here, the danger is wanting it so bad that you stop examining it. That is what it does to you. You want it so bad that you stop examining it. Then all of a sudden, the temptation becomes powerful because now it doesn't usually attack your weaknesses. It attacks your desires. So now, once it attacks your desires, it shows up looking like an opportunity. And remember I said, people will do anything for that opportunity, even if they betray their best friend, bro, for it. So now, the trap, the bait, the illusion, the deception, all of them depend on one thing: your willingness to trade the clarity for desire, bro. That lets you know right there that Adam knew what he did was wrong. He knew that he would let down God. He knew that he was going to do the unthinkable. But guess what? Guess what he traded it for? Desire. He traded clarity for desire. Bro, if you do this, you're cooked, bro. Some people know, oh, this ain't the right thing to do. Damn, I shouldn't cheat on my wife. This is wrong. But man, I know it's wrong, but man, I just gotta, I really want this in within me. This weakness is so strong within me. This desire I have, I just gotta do it, bro. Even though I know it's wrong. So you trade, and that becomes your demise, bro. You trade. So temptation is almost the last state. That's the last offer. Is, hey man, hey man, you want to trade? Just give me this, and I'm gonna give you this. Wait, come on, man, meet me halfway. You take this, and I'm gonna give you this. And you like, oh man, you stop examining it because it sounds good. You entertaining the offer, and then you trade, and then it ends how it ends, bro, because you chose the ending. See, you chose the whole opportunity, but it deceives you into thinking that, oh, your desire was right in the decision that you made. Because the temptation shuts down it shuts down the whole, hey, the danger of your weaknesses and letting you know that. So most people just go along and do it because now it's like they want to trade. See, so that's why I said once you refuse to trade, that's when the traps lose their power, meaning their grip. So when the illusion dies, the temptation is what's left standing, because that was already the start of it, the start of the beginning anyway. So here, the bait wasn't the problem. The unexamined desire was. Now here's the thing: when you fall for when you fall for um when you fall for temptation, the reason why it's still there, I'm gonna tell you. Because let's say let's say most people will just simply ignore it, bro. They will ignore the temptation before actually being aware that it's there. So that's why it's invisible in the first place. So here, if you see temptation clearly, why is it still there? Well, because it's patient. It's going to wait because of one thing. There's one thing to understand something, and overcoming it are not the same thing. So it requires you to set a boundary. You have to make a decision and say, I'm not doing this, bro, at all, by any means necessary. Because here, the temptation is like, says who? The temptation is stubborn. The temptation is like, oh, really? Oh, you're really done doing this? Are you really? Come on, man. Come on. Just one more time. And see, when you say I'm cold turkey, I'm done doing this. I'm not doing this anymore. Guess who's still, guess who's still there? Temptation. Because temptation is like, I know you lying. You done doing this? Oh, you done? Oh, okay. We'll see. We'll see. The temptation don't believe you. Why? It watched you from the time you fell for the illusion. It witnessed it. It knows your weaknesses, even when you don't. Cold blooded, bro. Could you imagine somebody betting you on a game they already know who gonna win ahead of time? And it's almost like they're calculative and just sitting there like, oh well, you really want to bet me? Okay, well, hey, we'll bet then. Hey, and they're so cocky and confident about it. Temptation. Temptation knows you're gonna do it again, bro. Even when you went 6 months sober, temptation is still knocking. Come on, man, get another drink, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, let's do it one more time, bro. You know you want that shit, bro. Come on, man. And see, soon as you soon as you think about it, you're cooked, bro. See, because now you start to entertain it. Now, here's the thing. Even if, even if you know that bait is bait, you could still be tempted because you could still want it, bro. See, this is, bro. If you, bro, even okay, let's say, let's say you was an alcoholic, right? God forbid, whatever. And you say to yourself, I'm done drinking. But there's a part of you that says, no, you're not, because you still want some. And you telling yourself, oh man, I'm done not doing this no more. And you still want to. That's why the temptation waits. That's why it's not blown up in your face, letting you know it's there. So here, it knows you still want it. You can know that the relationship is unhealthy, but temptation knows you're not going nowhere. Temptation knows your weaknesses. So here, the temptation knows you still miss the person. So here, the opportunity is a scam, and then all of a sudden, you still are tempted by the reward. Why is this? Because temptation isn't powered by logic, bro. It's powered by desire. It's powered by desire, bro. So this means that you have to resist, bro. You have to resist at all costs because logic says this is a bad idea. See, desire says I still want it. And there's the same thing with Adam, bro. Adam and Eve with the apple. He logic spoke to Adam, and this ain't the right thing to do, Adam. Man, I still want it though, bro. I just want to taste it. I just gotta taste it, bro. So his desires overrid everything else, bro. When people don't listen, bro, and they say stuff like, oh, man, oh, I ain't doing this no, bro, the desire is stronger, bro. Now, the crazy thing is, that's why temptation doesn't disappear when the truth appears. Still there because of the trade, bro. Most people will end up trading because they say, damn, I've been 6 months sober. Man, I'm getting that feeling back again. I kind of want to drink. Why would you trade that 6 months of just good sober? You're doing good, bro. You're doing good. It's because you keep reflecting, bro. You keep reflecting. And reflection brings you back to the illusion. It took you 6 months and you were sober for 6 months. But guess what? As soon as you start to look back in the mirror, you start to miss the shit you used to do. And all of a sudden, it reels you back to the mirror. And then the illusion turns back into the illusion. Now, what are you doing? You're drinking again. And you say, oh man, I slipped. Yeah, man. You didn't slip. You wanted that, bro. It was a weakness for yourself, but your weaknesses were stronger than you. And you traded that. You traded what you used to do because you were too busy looking at your reflection. You're too busy looking at the illusion. So that's the scariest thing, that temptation is like a referee. He already knows what he's up against. He knows what's going on. And guess what? He is not your enemy. Temptation can't tempt you to do shit. But knowing that you will trade, he's there and ready. He's like, yo, just let me know when you're ready to trade, bro. I'm always here. He's not your problem. Your problem is the boundaries, bro. Your problem is saying no and standing on it. When you say I'm done doing something for good, bro, be done, bro. Don't say something and then do something different or go back to it, bro. Because now that lets you know put it to you like this. It means you're not being honest, bro. So here, when you so let's say this. Okay, so the illusion dies, the desire remains. So what is the real test? Most people think that the test is, hey, can I see the truth? No. The harder test is, can I accept the truth when it costs me something I want? That's when you take the loss. Hey man, this ain't worth it, bro. I really want this, but it ain't worth my life for it, bro. See, and that's what caused you to stop. So the illusion disappears when the truth arrives. Temptation remains because desire is still alive, bro. And knowing better and wanting better are two different battles, bro. So the strongest temptation isn't believing the lie, it's wanting the lie even after you know it's a lie. And that's why people do stuff that they know is bad for them because they want to believe the lie instead. They want to believe the lie is not a lie. And that's what gets them caught up in this web, bro. And they can't get themselves out of it. See? So temptation stays because it was never living in the illusion. It was living in you the whole time. That's why I say most things are just there, but it all is on you and what you do. We can blame things and say, "Oh, oh, I'm drinking and have this issue because of you and the illusion and the temptation. I was tempted." No, you don't. There's no excuses, bro. It's you. See, that's why self mastery is so difficult, bro. Because the final battle isn't with the trap, the bait, or the deceiver. It's with the part of yourself that still wants what you already know isn't good for you, bro. That could be missing old shit that you know ain't good for you, bro. You missing the times when you used to go out there and steal cars and do stuff and gang bang, and you miss that stuff. That's why you keep doing it, bro. The pattern, bro. See, now it was one more thing. Okay, so it was one more thing. Oh, okay, so okay, well, in 1 second, y'all. So when you look at and what was okay, I see what I was saying. Now let's say, okay, so the only way for those of you that probably want to, to realize that, how do you stop these desires? How do you stop the desires even though the temptations are waiting? I'm gonna tell you through discipline. Okay, so here, because desire is all about your wants, discipline says, hey, that doesn't mean that I should have it. This ain't got nothing to do with enough knowledge or different things such as intelligence or fears. But you have to be disciplined in itself, because just because you want it doesn't mean you should have it. So self mastery, self control, discipline. For instance, if a person says, "Oh, I know that smoking can kill me," or "Hey, cheating can destroy relationships, debts can ruin finances," why do people still do it? See, because knowledge informs, discipline restrains. So you got to have discipline in order to stop. See, now fear isn't enough, because even if you are afraid, you still try things. Fear can stop you temporarily, but then all of a sudden it comes back. But once the fear fades, what also returns? The desire. So that's why you need clarity, bro. Clarity shows you the truth before you even accept it, even before you even know what is there of what you're dealing with. Discipline helps you act on it. Without discipline, clarity becomes, I know better, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So that's why some people would say, well, hey, just follow your purpose and fulfill it, because a stronger purpose can overpower temptation. See, if you know your purpose, you are not going to be distracted by such things. So when you know that you're building, it's easier to say no to what would destroy it. So that's why I tell people, desire asks, what do I want right now? Discipline asks, what will this cost me later? Temptation is the strongest when purpose is weakest. When you don't know your purpose, that's when temptation is the strongest, bro. Because it will almost try to offset or deter you from it. So the opposite of temptation isn't resistance. It's understanding the price. See, a person without discipline becomes a servant to every desire that visits them. See, so that's why I tell people the only thing that truly stops temptation is valuing the truth more than the reward, and valuing your future more than the moment. Because that, I'm gonna tell you something, just like the mouse situation. When you when you look at temptation alone, what is it really doing? Why is it just sitting there like that? Because it's an offer, bro. It's an offer. And the offer is let's trade. Let's trade. What you're currently doing right now, I got something better. So let's just trade. For what purpose? For immediate pleasure in the moment, right? So when this looks better than the bait, this sound better than the trap. This sound better than the whole deception situation. This sound better than looking at the illusion. This sound better than the facade. This sound better. So wait a minute. Why is it such a good offer? Well, because you're going to get immediate pleasure, everything, everything that you're looking for. But here's what you can't choose, bro: the long-term consequences, bro. Everything sound good, but when you do it, guess what? You reap the consequences, bro. But you thought it was going to be a reward at the end of the tunnel. Pleasure, see, pleasure results to consequences, bro. That's why I tell people, like, bro, stop living in the moment, bro. Stop living in the moment, because it's almost like it's not that easy, bro. And man, I'm telling you, man, it's not that easy. Stop living in the moment, because it will cost you something, bro. It costs you your life, like I said, your peace, your joy, your happiness. And see, most people need to stop sacrificing the future for the moment, bro. Because living in the moment is not, that's not even the problem. It's because because I'm gonna tell you, the problem is when the moment becomes your only consideration, bro. Because temptation lives in the moment. Consequences live in the future. So the moment says send the text, the future says you'll regret it. The moment says let's buy it. See, the future says you can't afford it. The moment says just this one time. See? So you see, the trade-off is trying to get you to trade. And the thing about it is the future says, well, hey, if we do that, as risky as it sounds, and living in the moment, that is how the habits start. You can't fulfill your purpose when you're so busy being distracted by those wants, those pleasures, right? Now, most people don't lose because they lack intelligence. They lose because the present is louder than the future. Them living in the present moment is louder than the future. The moment got a microphone. The future got a whisper. See? So that's why I tell people, bro, the moment sells the reward. The future pays the bills. Temptation lives in the now. Wisdom visits the future before making a decision. And see, if all you see is today, tomorrow becomes a surprise, bro. Maturity is when the future gets a vote. So that's why I always say this, bro. The mouse was not killed by the trap, bro. It was trapped by the moment it couldn't see beyond it, bro. Bro, do you know how that is, bro? Just the moment the mouse said, damn, he sacrificed his whole life for this piece of fucking cheese, bro. Just the moment, bro. Just a moment. Some people fall in love with just a moment. Risk everything for the moment, bro. Just for the moment. That right there is so, it sounds so bad, bro, because bro, like, you're not even killed by the trap, meaning the trap wasn't even for you, bro. The mouse, see, the trap was not even for the mouse. That's the thing right there that really, really catches you off guard is the trap was not for the mouse. The trap was for the desire, bro. And that is, you would think that the desire will be something pleasurable to obtain. But the reward from it in its reality is the consequences, bro, that come with that decision, which ruins your future. It was probably pleasurable, pleasurable to, grab a gun and crash out, fam, and now you lost everything, bro. Meaning the pleasure did not, you didn't gain anything from that. You lost everything. So that's why I say clarity is the ability to see past the moment, bro, and recognize the cost before you pay it. It's cold blooded, but I appreciate everybody coming out. Like, comment, share, subscribe, smash the like button for me, and I'll see y'all on the next one. Peace.